Get ready for the PUBG Mobile Super League we all have been waiting for. The teams that have qualified will gather in Katowice, Poland, where the tournament will be held, and teams will face off against each other on the live stage from May 15th to the 9th of June. So let's take a closer look at how the tournament will progress. We start off with the league stage, which will last a total of 3 weeks. Every week we'll have 5 match days, consisting of 6 matches per day. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups, and each group will play 4 out of 5 play days. Teams are awarded with bonus points based on their placements after each week. In the second and third week, the groups get reset and are grouped based on their weekly placement points. The top 16 teams at the end of the 3 weeks based on their combined score of each week will be moving on to the finals, where they will compete for the title. Additionally, half of the bonus points they've earned in the league stage will be added to the finals, giving them a crucial head start going into the finals. The finals are spread over 3 days, where they will play 6 matches per day. The top team at the end of the tournament will be crowned winners of PMSL EMEA Spring 2024. Additionally, the top 4 teams will also be moving on to the PUBG MOBILE World Cup 2024 group stage, whereas 5th place will be moving on to the survival stage. The pressure and stakes are higher than ever, so tune in and watch your favorite teams and pro players live in action on May 15th.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. My name is John. With me is Blank. We are getting ready for week number 2 here. We've already divvied up 1/3 of our bonus points, and now we're in for another 5 days of action to get that second set out to the teams, all desperate to make it to those finals.
5 more days of PUBG Mobile. Could you ask for anything better? I don't think you could. Maybe you could, I'm not sure. It depends what situation, really. If you need some water right now, that's probably better than anything. But
6
PUBG
more days.
Mobile is probably a nice little second best, maybe.
Well, if you blinked, you missed it, though. That socials were flashed up underneath us there. Make sure you're heading out to keep up to date with everything that is to come. This is, of course, going to be the format of our tournament as it lays before us. We have had one of our 3 weeks of league stage, where 20 teams grouped into 5 groups of 4 teams will play 6 matches a day for 5 days a week, and they'll get bonus points based on those weekly rankings. We are now into week number 2.
We're halfway there, guys. Well, we're not. About a third the way there.
Yeah.
But we're starting the halfway part. But yeah, final 16 teams, 6 matches per day for 3 days with our bonus points. Let's take a quick look at our points system, though, and how all those points will go through and how you do qualify through to those finals. Right now, you got 10 points for that first place and bonus points on the side. This is the most important one. So you got 20 points for taking first place over in your respective week, which drops all the way down to 1 point down at the bottom. Just the 1 point only.
Yeah, it's not ideal to get that 20th place on the week. Of course, you do want to be racking up as many of those bonus points as you go on. It is going to be, when we get to the finals, those bonus points will be divided in half. So 50% of these bonus points will be taken through to the finals upon the completion of the league stage, and the teams with the most points over the previous 3 weeks will be taken forwards, those top 16 teams. Here are the bonus points as they stand. You can see IWNRX, Team Spirit, Moneymakers in that 1, 2, 3. S2G playing up in that 4th place.
Down towards that second page, Heroic with 12 points. They made it through, yes. 3 Max with a sad 7. Falcons down towards 5. I really thought these guys could do better, but it's FLUX and Digital Athletics I think people would be most surprised about. 10 and 9 points. Middling is not too bad here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you'll take those. You'll take those. What you won't take, though, is teams like Gladiators and Na'Vi down here in 17 and 18, 4 and 3 points respectively. We were quite pleased with Onyx Raven's resurgence towards the last day of last week. So those 2 points, hopefully they can improve upon that.
Indeed, and if they do improve upon that, this is the prize pool that they'll be playing for. Participation reward, you will get that no matter what. League stage, 82,000, so definitely no time to be slouching here during the league stage. Not only that, but the bonus points accrued to help you over towards those finals, which have a whopping $227,500.00.
Using the European comma. There you go. It's going to be 55k up in that first place for finals, and a minimum guarantee of $5,000 for your team if you're over to those finals, which means that your team will accrue, if nothing else, $7,000 just for making it to those finals, with the $2,000 participation reward that is given to all 20 of our teams. So definitely want to be making it there in the top 16, if not higher, because that money starts to stack up nice and quickly as you go up those tables.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, it's great for just the health of your team and your org in general. You get some money on the board now. They can help you go into the future, perhaps book a couple of boot camps, who knows. Let's take a quick look at what happened over the last week in our recap here. FLUX getting a nice little spray down over towards Twisted Minds. But honestly, I think last week was mainly about that top end, really. I think that we definitely had a really nice spread towards that middle side of the lobby in terms of everyone being very equally matched. However, at the top there, John, IW, NRX, Team Spirit, Moneymakers, Brute Force, S2G, absolutely nailing it towards that top side and sort of stealing the show a little bit until that last day, where everyone decided that, they were very pleased with where they were at. They didn't want to get any more points.
Yeah, they were like, you know what, we're busy.
We're
gonna do some other things. I also think a characteristic of last week was some Probably one of the wildest circle weeks I think we've seen in a long, long time. We've had some pretty crazy endings, particularly on Miramar. I think it's safe to say we had 2 South Island endings and an East Island ending over the course of the 5 days, which is very, very uncommon. And I don't even think I've ever seen an East Island finish in Miramar. So I don't think I've ever commentated one, certainly at the pro level. So it was quite interesting to see how all of those teams adapted to what was a really rubbish hand in most cases.
Yeah, I was ill prepared to commentate it. I think we had a lot of fun. If you didn't check it out, it was the very final game of week 1. So it was pretty funny. Definitely worth going back to watch it if you want to have some laughs. But yeah, I think that we've commentated a pseudo island finish. When we say island, we literally mean out in the ocean. We've commented a pseudo one where it was around a rock. We took that. We were like, look, that's probably the best we're going to get over towards Miramar. But finally, we did indeed get one. But it was a crazy one. And it was a little bit weird. Let's take a look at our overall rankings, how things have stepped up since yesterday. Ignore some of this because
that's definitely not right.
This is a little bit weird. SPG is not 3D Max. So this overall rankings, it was a fake out. It was a fake out. We'll come back to us. It was a fake out. We're checking to see how well you guys are paying attention. We'll get those overall rankings for you really soon. These things happen, they happen. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Not me. I've never made a mistake in my life, actually.
I've seen you make plenty of mistakes.
No.
One time I saw
that must have been someone else.
Not double knot your shoelaces.
I very rarely double knot my shoelaces.
That's a mistake.
I don't think that is. I think that you're mistaken, in fact.
They come undone. Easy. You double knot them.
It's you, isn't it? You're just going around untying people's shoelaces.
Well, if I see them not doing the double knot, then I feel obliged to make them feel like they've made a mistake.
You're the shoelace yanker. That's you.
Yeah. I'm up and around. I'm underneath the tables, untying shoelaces. What are you going to do about it?
Tying over to other people's shoes. He's a menace to society. But we are going to be taking a look at a little head-to-head from 2 of our teams from last week. Of course, we're looking at Team Spirit and IWNRX, our current tournament leaders at the top. That was 210 points for IWNRX and 187 points for Team Spirit at the top.
Yep.
Here are some of their stats.
And I mean, speaking of tying things, look how tied these 2 teams are together. Am I right, guys? 1,309 average damage to 1,331, an average placement of 7th place. So it really was squeaky towards that top side of the table. Both these teams really, really evenly matched. So the head-to-head between the 2 demonic teams towards that top side of the lobby is really quite real right now.
Yeah, definitely. They are 2 of the most formidable teams, as was borne out across all of the results. The interesting team, I think, to compare to... yeah, absolutely. I think the interesting team to compare to those 2 teams is Moneymakers, because they were just so hot day 1 of the first week. Then they kind of had this lull. They are very much an all-or-nothing team, it seems, right now. So it'll be interesting to see if they can carry that on through to today's games and this week indeed. But let's take a look at what maps we've got in store for you. Of course, we are going to be starting out with Sandhawk, then 3 to the E. It is Erangel on a 3-peat, Miramar for 2 to follow it up.
I honestly thought that, even though I've checked this beforehand, we were going to switch things up. Surprise me, maybe today get 2 Sandhawks thrown in there. You know how much I love a Sandhawk. All right?
I do.
You do.
I do know.
Yeah, the Sandhawk into the triple Erangel into the double Miramar. 1-3-2.
Going to be looking at the classic formula for the lineups. And of course, a reshuffled group set coming in with the first day having Group B sit out. Group B consists of Team Spirit, Heroic, Digital Athletics, and Onyx Ravens. So we won't be seeing those 4 teams. Everybody else is on your screen, and we will be seeing them today.
It's so sad for twisting minds.
Wait, hang on a minute. No, Team Spirit is in.
I've
got dodgy information.
Group E. Imagine being twisted minds getting grouped with Team Spirit and NIGMA Galaxy. It's a pretty painful situation for yourself. But yeah, it looks like we will be seeing IWNRX today, which is obviously one of those things that you sort of wanted to see these 2 teams really get those lightning bolts between one another right at the start of the week. But this might give opportunity for Team Spirit to maybe pull ahead just a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll have to open things up nice and fast. We'll see who is going to be able to start out the week well. Of course, with those redistributed sets of groups, then it's going to be a little bit more representative of up and down the tables, right? So should be potentially a little bit more balanced across the weeks instead of having the top 3 in a single group, I think, which we kind of saw last week. So it'll be good to see. You'd see NIGMA Galaxy there, just getting ready, getting warmed up. Coops has shifted up on the seating there.
God.
He was on the other end. He's right next to Ralph now.
They're best mates now.
They
It's
are.
awesome. Look at the way he looks at him as well.
Oh, that's how you should look at your IGL, with complete
That is
trust.
true.
Whilst he,
Honestly, I do think NIGMA Galaxy probably one of our most charismatic teams here. Very fun to have around in the tournament. Never mind, he doesn't want to be on camera at all.
They're just
but no.
slowly zooming in on his face. I like it.
Take the camera off him. Obviously, he doesn't want it right now.
No, he's used to it now. He's warmed up to it. It's like jumping into a
Yes.
cold pool when the camera turns its withering gaze upon you. But they are going to have to try and stay cool under those lights as well, because they want a shot at getting to the eSports World Cup later this year on the 19th to the 28th of July for the PMWC.
I believe he's just stolen.
Whoa.
Just stolen his heat. This is why Coops is a good guy. Look at that. He even offered up his heat pack. Ralph, come on, man. You're not putting on a good face again today. Not only do you steal the heat pack, Coops offers his heat pack away after you do that. I was trying to be on your side too, man.
They're yin and yang, you know. They
really are.
opposites that make the whole of this team for NIGMA Galaxy. They do want to have a little bit better of a showing than they did have towards the end of last week, though. They were definitely in that conversation to be a top placing podium team.
Yep.
And then in the last two and a half days, they kind of fell off a little bit, finishing up in 7th on the week.
Yeah, I think for NIGMA Galaxy, there was definitely some weird stuff happening towards the end there. I think overall they just need to sort of rethink their style a little bit. I don't think it really fits into the current meta within the lobby. So that could be done fairly easily, honestly. I don't think it'll take too long. It's a little bit more of that group play, a little bit more of the opportunity being taken straight away. There are some slow rotates coming through from NIGMA Galaxy that I'm not a huge fan of. I think some places it makes sense. And again, I say this multiple times. Honestly, sometimes I just hope that the players are listening to when I say this. And it sounds like I've got a huge ego when I say that. But I think you have to pick. You can't pick and choose between edge and center. You have to take a mix of both and lean towards one of them. Here's our team stats.
This is surprising, I think. There's particularly the damage number, which is what is most surprising, right? Lord doing the heavy lifting on the damage numbers. Well, I say heavy lifting. He is obviously being aided a lot by Coops, but the fact that Coops has 12 more eliminations and so many more knockouts than Lord means that it's quite a surprise to see Lord have that much damage.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were talking about this from day one, right? It's that Lord definitely has assisted him having Coops on the team, right? I think he's definitely brought him into a league of his own right now. And he was always chomping at the bit to, get into those engagements and stuff. So there's a bit of a disconnect. I think that is a problem. There's a bit of a disconnect in that team of how they want to play. Because I think Luther and Ralph's much more of a passive play style. And then you've got Coops and Lord who want to be gung-ho. But I think that if you are Luther and Ralph, you sort of got to move away from playing that passive, playing those anchor positions, and just do what you can to support those two guys because they're really good. And I think as a duo with support, they can go toe to toe with the majority of the teams inside this lobby. And instead of NIGMA Galaxy focusing on, elusively trying to slip through these teams, they could probably benefit from just going for a few more third parties. I think it's a team that misunderstands their own strengths.
Potentially looking to try and recoalesce that strength together and maybe redirect some of that power. We are going to be looking to see them do that today. It seems they are ready to give it a go, if nothing else, those 2 days, hopefully assisting on that front. I want to touch back on a team that we talked about a little bit before as well, the Onyx Ravens. Down towards the lower end of those tables, right? Finishing in 19th on the tables. But
Not
their
so great.
final day... Their final day, though, looked pretty decent, and we kind of liked that they perhaps assimilated some of the characteristics of this lobby in that they were willing to go for these early aggressive third-party positions. You can see some of their team stats then don't look the greatest, but these are a little bit of a poisoned well of a stats page, it has to be said, on these on these numbers.
I mean, Ali, let's be real with it. This guy is far and away the best player on the team. But in a different sense, like, I think you're right. On that last day, they had assimilated what they'd seen inside the lobby. They tried to improve upon it, and they'd done some good work with it too. So I think for Onyx Ravens, this is something that only can get better. Even on that last day, I think a lot of teams were lagging. Almost looked a little bit sleepy, honestly. But for the Onyx Ravens, seems like they were still really trying hard towards that last day. And again, that's all you can really ask for. I think I get frustrated with some teams where it just feels like they've almost given up. I think there's a few teams that I could mention, but I'm not going to. I'm going to wait for this week to conclude first before I make any concrete decisions. But what we can say is that Onyx Ravens just have tried throughout the entire week to get better, to try and feel some better decisions. And despite being patently one of the worst teams coming into this tournament, I think they're proving themselves. And that is something that I'm extremely happy to see, which is why I'll never be angry at a team that's at the bottom of the leaderboard, only if it looks like they're not trying to improve.
Okay, excellent, good. Well, we'll have to see if any team is going to draw your ire on that front. I have been informed that the groups that we showed earlier were in fact incorrect, so we're going to have to wait and see who is actually in the match. I believe it is Group B, Team Spirit, Heroic Digital Athletics, and Onyx Ravens who are sitting out today, but we'll have to get that double checked before this. Well, we'll be able to see once we're into the lobby, right, who's sitting out, but we'll make sure that is lined up and ready for you guys. The teams will all know who's playing, so don't worry on that end. They'll be absolutely fine. And we'll be getting underway pretty soon. FLUX, you can see, getting locked in.
Imagine you're just like in the sidelines, like, are we playing? Are we not playing? I don't know. Do we take our seats? Because well, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Anyway, you want to be able to unleash the beast, but whilst you sat down, I'm ready to go. Let's be honest. Here with Monster Energy, who are sponsoring our show today. You can find out more over www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. I'm trying to see how fast I can say that by the end of this tournament.
Ooh.
The double drink. They're double dipping on the single monster.
Someone get them some cups. Something like that. Come on.
Yeah, like a green little paper cup.
Or a big green paper cup, you know?
Or
Fit
just
more
a
monster.
trophy. Double up as a massive mug.
Thoughts on the gold lines on Rob's sleeves?
Thoughts are good.
Excellent.
I think he deserves to have a little bit of pizzazz.
A little gold trim.
A little bit of that snazzy outfit going on, because he has been carrying the team. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Let's be completely fair. And I'm not going to say it's all him, because you know what? I think Snox has done a great job to support him. And I think he's probably one of the only players in quite a while here, John, that has joined on to SBG, Game Lord, / 3D Max, who's actually decided, you know what, Victor and Narval are probably not the guys I should be going back for. It's Rob's. And I think it's working out for them. In a similar vein, what's working out for them is the INFINIX GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, helping all these players get their game on. They want to stand out with that GT20 because it's very cool. Bezel-less, one of the main features.
Excellent.
Full screen. No
Edge-to-edge action, just like we've got for you here today at the PMSL EMEA. The music has started, and blank generally means we're about to drop on into Sandhawk for our first match of the day.
Music has begun. Time to game.
That's right. We're going plane path from the northeast side down to the southwest. I'm trying to take a spot at who is playing, who isn't, and I believe it is. Yeah, it's going to be Team Spirit, Heroic.
That's out.
Yeah, B group, Team Spirit, Heroic, Digital Athletics, and Onyx Ravens. They were showing up on the earlier group graphic, but yeah, they are the 4 teams who are sitting out.
Okay, cool. Good to know. There we go. Thank you, John, and your photographic memory.
I'm on top of it.
You are on top of it today. But yeah, straight into Sandhawk to start things off. and 3D Max are fighting S2G. Don't like that. Stop it.
That is something that has really not gone well. But there's another scrap popping off over in boot camp as well, middle of the map. Moneymakers fighting out for boot camp. At the moment, they've managed to take one player from foot down. Falconist has fallen. Doka Machine wants to hold off the corner, but Icy looking to try a breach in with a teammate. Gets a trade, 1-for-1. No one close enough from Foot Chaos to go for that flush immediately, which likely means that this is going to be Resable here, unless Kairos spots it in through the window with the DBS. Old Boy's on the hunt, and he drops down for another.
Ooh, it's getting spicy here, John. Very dangerous indeed, but Icy will clean out one of them. And we have a rehost. Dang.
You love
Straight
to see
away.
it.
First game.
Just a prank.
Who didn't drop out the parachute? All right. Because I'm coming to Poland. I'm going to show you how to get into a lobby right now. Right now. I'm ready to start this day. So will you.
Oh dear. Oh wow. I think that's I'd definitely be in the lobby pretty sharpish if I heard that.
You would be. I'd be untying your shoelaces.
You would be
non-stop. Yeah.
Just constantly. Just like wrapped around the chairs. Like the whole line of people like with their shoelaces tied through the chairs at like a big dinner. And then they all stand up and immediately everyone's very unhappy.
Stop being so happy. There's a rehost. We want to watch the game.
I wonder if 3D Max and S2G are going to drop on each other.
I really hope they don't. Oh my God. Rob's has got adrenaline pumping through his veins right now. He really was ready for the fight. Yeah, I don't think that he should have taken that fight with S2G. I don't know why they're still continuing to take that fight with S2G. It's gone poorly. Gone very, very poorly. His Twisted Minds, headphones off straight away. Not about it at all.
Well, whilst the players get logged into the lobby, whilst Blank flies to Poland and sorts it all out, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
A little bit of a full start there on Sandhawk, but players now looking a little bit more ready. Headphones on action in the studio right now in Katowice, as everybody is once more into the lobby and taken to the skies over Sandhawk. We saw 2 hot drops right at the start of that full start game that we had to have a remake for, which was going to be the Moneymakers and Foot Chaos inside of Boot Camp in the middle of the map. And Taylor's Old's time, 3D Max, S2G in Paradise Resort. Will that change? Will it be the same? Only one way to find out. Going to Sandhawk.
Yeah, your strats have been revealed now. It's a bit unfortunate. Ooh, it's like a... as if the whole ship was opening there. They were about to fly out into the open air, but within the studio. That was terrifying. We are now heading from that north side down towards the south, and it looks like 3D Max and S2G can get down towards their drop spot. Fairly sharpish this time around, John.
You'd hope so. They are on the same path, and they will be going back to Paradise for the time being. It looks like we're going to have a repeat as well of the Boot Camp hot drop, Moneymakers and Foot Chaos. Are Foot Chaos going to divert being the definitive losers of that engagement? I will have to wait and see. Gladiators out to that Northwest Island, fairly expected stuff. NIGMA Galaxy looking to potentially take Painan. And right now it is 3D Max who are definitely on the back foot on this engagement, but SnowX has his chance to step up for the team. Actually, quite a lot of players on both sides go down, but S2G keep it all together. And that is 1 limb found. 2 players of S2G still alive towards the end of that one. Moneymakers, in the meantime, have lost 2 of their players. So a complete reversal on the engagement in Boot Camp.
Yeah, I'd hate that if I was the Moneymakers. You get a good win, start things off, and then Foot knows that you're coming, know your positions, and it all goes wrong from there. Unfortunate stuff, but they'll have to salvage this somehow. The old boy sends some nades over the top there. In the meantime, Virtus Pro, I believe they're taking some heavy hits over from RCB. Malloy, similarly in a bad situation. I think they're down to just Furia and Corker now, over towards Camp Charlie.
A lot of early
Bad
action.
times.
A lot of early action there for 3D Max, for Virtus Pro. And then obviously we're on board with the Moneymakers right now. S2G really the only team who's managed to get some decent value over their casualty right now. As Foot Chaos continue to look for this chase, to look for this position. Tixie is sticking around here. You can see just on the south... Well, actually, you might not be able to see. Yeah, there he is, up the top of the hill there. You can see he's looking for that third-party angle, looking to spot if he can see anyone down, pinch a point or 2. And not only that, he is also a really important position for the Gladiators' future moves.
It's probably one of the wildest splits I've seen in quite a while.
It is. It is very
literally
wild.
On the other side of the map to his teammates who are over towards Camp Alpha on the Northwest Island.
But you know that Team Spirit aren't here, right? Which is this, and that is sort of in their drop vicinity.
No, Team Spirit drop in boot camp. No,
they drop on that split around the south side.
I think they've mostly just dropped in boot camp for now, and then they usually move towards the north. It's really usually Gladiators that take control of the southwest confluence. So for Tixie to be here is a bit odd. I can understand what you mean, though. The fact that Team Spirit aren't in makes this slightly less dangerous because there's a move that Team Spirit might likely spot.
Well,
meantime, though,
but Chaos have taken a little bit of an engagement that might not have gone super well for them. They lost Token Machine, but they do get 4 points for it. And in these early engagements, getting that value can be very important. Power want to third party here. The res does come through. Tixie will still be hearing out all of this, hearing this engagement continue. Should have seen all those flushes come in. And RCB as well, maybe looking to push up here from the south side. Power going very, very quickly into this third party.
and this is probably where I would send if I was Gladiators over towards this engagement. Power should constantly handle the guys over on Footballist Chaos. But they are currently. Al-Haji putting in the final couple of bullets. I believe there is just one player left remaining now. It's Storm. He runs away into the warehouses here. Hopefully he can get inside and box and get shipped out to a safer region. But more than likely will be put inside a death crate, shipped back out to the player lobby. Tixie, I think, spotted, or at least I think Fidan's just checking a usual spot. Doesn't see anyone. Gladiators are starting to roll up. Matic, though, still in Camp Alpha. I don't know, man. I don't... Gladiators doing stuff that I'm not sure is smart because they've confused me a lot, John. What they're doing a lot of times doesn't seem strategically sound. And at this point, because I am not a pro player, I just have to assume that there's some reason behind it. But I cannot, for the life of me, be able to retrieve that information from what I'm seeing.
You need to be a regular Alan Turing to be able to decipher this one. Ah, you see, they tactically lose Tixie so that they have fewer players to get noticed in the late game.
Yeah. Like I said, strategically sound. There is a question. NIGMA Galaxy down towards the south side. Perfect time, right? RCB's just left Hainan. It's another central position in the circle. Now is not the time for dilly-dallying. Over towards Sami, you have a southern circle. This is where you can start to take control. Just having a little spot towards Painan. You don't have to go in it. Just have a look over. Again, this is frustrating. What we've seen from the stats alone that Law and Coops, blimey, right good duo with the support of a couple of their teammates and Luther and Ralph. Not big enough from this team, but they refuse to do anything that's a bit risky. They are very much hard hat wearers. They're scared of everything, although hard hat is a good idea.
Hard hat's a very good idea in a dangerous area.
When you need it. But I'm saying
it's more like they're on a leash. It's more like they're on a leash by their strap book at the moment.
They're out in public at the mall. They're wearing a hard hat. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's weird.
Yeah.
You go to buy some shoes. You don't need a hard hat.
Unless you're on break from the construction site.
That's true. You're gonna go look at Painan. You don't need a hard hat.
That's
for that type of thing.
Very, very true.
Just head on out. Just
unless
have
you're a building
peek.
inspector.
Unless you're a building inspector, then you need a hard hat. Okay. Hard hats are great. You don't always need them. And NIGMA Galaxy seems to wear them all the time, even when eating dinner. Make no sense. Look at it. Like Na'Vi is moved down from ruins, having a cheeky peek over towards Painan. Probably need a good position off of this.
They don't even wear seatbelts.
They're not even wearing seatbelts, right? They're maybe a little bit too uncareful. They probably should always wear hard hats, these guys.
I tell you who isn't wearing their seatbelt is definitely the Gladiators on that play. That is
they're wild. They're wild. But yeah, look at the map. Look at the map. NIGMA Galaxy started in Sami. You could have had a look at Painan, seen it was free, and headed in there. Please.
No, RCB just get to scout the entirety of their North Shore and then go straight back to Painan.
And then go back.
Uncontested.
Why?
That's reasonable, right?
Why?
That's a reasonable turn of events.
No.
They are definitely going to be worried about that.
Stop saying as if it is reasonable.
No, they're absolutely.
I don't want people to believe it is.
It's completely fine and totally okay.
Dear me.
RCB re-established control fully in Painan on the south border of it. And NIGMA Galaxy still playing towards that edge. Virtus Pro with their 2 players could survive quite a while if the circle goes south of this river and if they're able to get into a decent position earlier on.
Do you know what I really hope? I really hope S2G actually wins this game. Wow, okay. I'm not sure how that happened. I mean, they're all on land. But I think they literally shot each other at the exact same time. It looked like NRX's reticle was directly on him, but he does finally go down. A bit of retribution. Like I said, I would love to see S2G win this game.
Okay, all right.
With everyone faffing around towards the southern edge, I want to see S2G win this game, coming all the way down from Paris Resort.
Just so that you can tease 3D Max, right?
No, I honestly, 3D Max, they're out of my mind.
Okay.
It was a mistake from the start to redrop on towards S2G. They're not slouches. As soon as they know you're going to go for it again, they're going to react accordingly. you've already lost that fight 4 times out of 5. It was a bad idea.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, again, there's just some real lax gameplay right now on Sandhawk. I think it's also hard to play around. If you were a good team, these are some difficult plays to predict. RCB fully evacuating Painan to sniff out boot camp, only to come back to Painan. There was relatively no scouting involved either before they resituated themselves in Painan. There should have been absolutely the possibility that there was a team within Painan by the time they got back. But just no one even bothered to have a look there. If RCB wins this game, it will be a crying shame.
I mean, Na'Vi did have a little bit of a scout out towards Painan, but I guess the same is kind of true for teams like that, right? You just expect there to be someone in Painan already with a circle like that. I do want to note as well, by the way, Tixi didn't go down. Like, he got knocked and then crawled all the way back and got rezzed by the Gladiators, who are now a 4-player team on the south side of Ruins. Which I find startling that he was able to do that.
Same. You have to crawl uphill or someone comes down to you. And even then you have to go back uphill. You'd imagine Power would have seen that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that happened. But again, Gladiators have not really given me a chance to figure much out with them. So this is like a little bit of PUBG Mobile magic that Tixi's back. Who's resurrected. NIGMA Galaxy, there is a compound right in front of you.
Ooh.
Please do not let Virtus Pro get it. Please.
I don't think Virtus Pro get it. I think RCB are going to get it. They are moving up to the rocks, actually, that sit just north of it. I think they're
scouting it. Because they
assume
they should be there.
Wow.
Why are they still in Sami?
They just can't let it go, you know? They're like, wait, if we stay near the edge, we'll eventually be able to play the edge of the circle whilst repeatedly being in the middle of the circle by accident.
I mean, the thing is that down towards Sami side, DA aren't playing this game. I could understand this move if DA were in the game, right? And they like to play up towards the western edge and potentially could have backstabbed over towards Sami. And this is some decent high ground to play with, right, John? It's not too bad. Like, you have all angles covered. Why not just take this compound, though, while DA's not in the game? And then if it does go further down the south, just go back to the ground that you already covered? I don't know.
Ooh, Poser. Sideswipe on to Brute Force there. Both teams kind of just getting picked apart by one another on that crossing from the east side. This river, very treacherous right now. Falcons and IWNext Ruya continuing to trade blows. IWNext Ruya not having the best start to today. 2 players of the Falcons trying to get away here from this one. It is the off angles. Looking pretty unhealthy. And Kine is kind of exposed from the high ground. There is a player there as well, but he's behind the tree. There's the sideswipe. A nice crossfire established. Will take down IWNRX, but 2 points gone over to them in the meantime, taking the Falcons down to 2. But I don't think they're going to have a good time getting over this river anyway. Gladiators on the northwest side against Power, as Matic has the shots around the edge of the smoke, but Al Hadji wins the trade. And now far off and in the distance, they need the backup to come to them.
Power. They're just 2 players, Easy and Al Hadji. 2 really, really strong players, actually, and they're trying to bait Frozen. Seem to go back over towards him. Matic already down too. So it is just a full-on 2v2 here.
Sticking with that substitution of Frozen in for Meku into today's games, and by the looks of it, into this week as well. Frozen gets across on the crawl. I spoke too soon. Easy takes him down. And that is going to leave just Tixi and AZ on these backlines. They're waiting for them to evacuate, maybe be able to get a res, but that's not going to happen. As Matic bleeds out as well. 2 players for the Gladiators. They have no reason now to stick around. They might just want to try and get out as fast as possible. But Easy on Power, they really want these early fights. This is a very aggressive move up for Power, but it's working out wonders because Easy wins the trade with Tixi on the high ground.
So mad.
with the circle.
I'm so mad.
Oh dear.
I like
fuming.
Enigma Galaxy, and I think this is what frustrates me the most. I know that they can do it. I know that they're a good team, but god damn, you need to get away from this scared play style.
A little bit too timid for your liking.
It's just not the way PUBG Mobile's played anymore, at all. I think Ralph is living in almost a bygone era of PUBG Mobile.
Okay, that's fighting words. 60 didn't have any words of his own for power. Will go down. Gladiator is eliminated. They do get 2 points. On the south side, Enigma Galaxy will have a conflict with Twisted Minds, the remnants of Virtus Pro, trying to stay alive. Corker ditching Furia at the first possible opportunity. Gets into a pretty decent compound. There's a vehicle there, so should be worried that there's players inside. Maybe not. Oh, he is checking. Okay, he is worried. Fortunately, no one there.
It's just him. Who's it fighting his own demons over on the eastern side of the circle? I can see you out there. I know you're there.
You're stealing my mail.
Dear me. Never getting his newspaper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Despite cancelling a subscription 2 weeks ago. He's like,
yeah, and it was me. I don't want to talk too much about Enigma Galaxy this game because it's not like they haven't done they're terribly here. I mean, they've already made it up to a 6th place. They've got 1 elimination, but it just could have been so much better, right? And I give them grief because they are a good team within this lobby that could be so much better. But again, yeah, there's just that disconnect. I mean, the nade from Coops there, perfectly placed.
Molotov to slow things down for Enigma Galaxy wanting to push up. You can see Coops is like, oh, can I go around the outside? And he thinks better of it. The fire will burn out and it will allow them closer on this shack. You can see a nade from Ralph being cooked nice, just tucked in behind the door, but doesn't quite tag on.
No more nades on Ralph's side either. I think that is Lufa edging his way round for the shots. RCB get the circle. As brute force plays out on that eastern side.
Taking shots down towards BEŞİKTAŞ as well, over on that southeast edge. The northwest, starting to get a little bit hotter. S2G, your hopefuls for this match. They are sweeping around on the northern side right now, trying to take the fight around the edge. There's Lufa on that sweep that you were talking about, finding the back shot over towards Twisted Minds and doing some nice work against that rotation, sending them straight over to BEŞİKTAŞ, and a delivery of low HP players from Twisted Minds sent into their compound. Enigma Galaxy going to stretch out towards the north as well, and potentially look to maybe do something towards RCB compound.
Potentially able to get anything done with that. Twisted Minds, like you said, just decided to give up the ghost there. Headed over towards the guys on BEŞİKTAŞ. Difficult position to play from. I think the Galaxy this game could have been a lot easier. I'll be happy they do win it. But the amount of silly fighting that's gone on during this match, just open opportunities.
A little bit of trouble.
What has Na'Vi done?
They went down.
I mean, there were 2 players and they sent like a bat out of hell over towards RCB's compound. Died.
You give it a go, don't you? You know, sometimes you try it on, maybe get a point, maybe you don't.
Yeah, you can just play around the edges, right? Or just play on the southwest side of the rocks towards the northwest edge.
Nate
Try to
goes
live the game out.
a little bit
Fight
long
out.
from KAOS. Shots around the edge of the tree trunk from Ray-Z. Find Lux. S2G, they've been spotted. That's Enigma Galaxy. Lord has got quite the angle from all the way on the south side of the circle. Hamzy crawling back behind the headland. Lux should get flushed out here. Yeah, they're not close enough. So that is going to be Lux bleeding out. Ray-Z picks up the point. time to get the res. CEO later, who's been down since that 3D Max engagement right at the start, will not be joining them. But they have 9 eliminations for S2G and a good start to their Sandhawk.
Yeah, honestly, S2G, one of the only teams this match that I am really happy with. Again, I think their Sandhawks are wonderful, and they're a prime example of a team that doesn't take playing outside of the circle as an answer or a reason behind them doing badly on these maps. Poser sending nades in, and Ralph healing back up again. It's potentially not all Ralph either. I'm sure that the entirety of the team makes these decisions. I just think that they need to reevaluate a little bit. Out goes Lufa. Poser on the rock. Some good backstops here from BEŞİKTAŞ. I like that a lot.
There was a nice little spray through the window as well. Ralph opening up to the back line. 3 players now down for BEŞİKTAŞ. Loops Coops rather, going to be lining up at the back, trying to push on in because Lewis sprays down his remaining teammate. And Kakali screaming for that res right now, but Coops wants to keep the pressure up, wants to put those 3 players in their place, does not have a nade, potentially going to drop one over from one of his teammates, but no, he's just going to stick for the res.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the time Poser gets back towards his team, will probably have bled out. It's very unlikely he gets all the way back there, so NIGMA Galaxy can just let him go.
Uh-oh.
Hoops gets very greedy, though. Very, very greedy. And Corker's in the wings here. Could pick himself up a 4-piece. S2G moves round towards RCB, but they are losing players thick and fast here.
Yeah, with FLUX taking shots out that way as well, it is going to be very, very difficult for them to stabilize on that northwest side with 3 players alive. Just 1 player, just Hamzy G remaining in that engagement. BEŞİKTAŞ seemingly having a pretty good time of this one over here after they've managed to get a player up, but Lewis goes down again. The blue zone is pushing them out of position, and NIGMA Galaxy have stayed alive as BEŞİKTAŞ tried to cross and get absolutely crunched out.
Yeah, RCB have just got great sight lines on them right now. NIGMA Galaxy should be able to get up to a full 4-man squad. Corker looking to give Virtus Pro 2nd place potentially. If he's able to even just slow down the pusher, you can see there's not a lot of hard cover to move over that way, and with the northern shift on the circle, it's all but done for. And we look over towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Those rooftop positions are just so hard to move against. Corker spotted, but gets the shot over onto Lufa. Ralph gets the trade, sticks the res. The blue zone is pushing in, so they need to be pretty snappy about this one.
Yeah, they have to leave him.
Isn't going to go for it at all, in fact. Yeah, they are just going to have to try and move forward. So it looks like they do not have smokes available, and this should be easy pickings for RCB to be able to just add those 4 eliminations to 3 eliminations now remaining. No, none eliminations remaining to their tally as RCB move into a compound that was left open for them. The door was there, but NIGMA Galaxy refused to step through. Instead, it was RCB the ones to do so to take the chicken dinner.
Again, I hate to say it, but it's an unimpressive chicken dinner, right? It's a really unimpressive chicken dinner from RCB, and it's very similar to what we saw from their first day last week, which is a bit of that circle look. I mean, they left Painan completely open. They didn't leave anyone on the outer edges. You need that just in case someone pushes up towards the south side. You need a full regroup on the position. They didn't really scout out that compound towards that south side. They just directly moved in. They could have, again, easily been Virtus Pro, NIGMA Galaxy, even one of the Northwestern teams inside that compound already. Even Na'Vi, for instance, could have been in that compound. I've seen plenty of times teams take that position. So RCB essentially get to flip from one place to the next with little to no little to no like defense from any other teams. And it just goes to show how afraid some of these squads are down towards the bottom of the tables are of taking center positions. The RCB can move from Painan up towards Bootcamp, back down towards Painan, into this compound later on. It's no one scouting anything towards the center of the map. It's confusing, and I'm hoping this is just first day warm-up, right? Because this is patently much, much worse gameplay than what we saw from last week, other than, let's say, BEŞİKTAŞ as well as S2G. right? I think S2G did a great job this match. 12 points, but for all the teams that had an opportunity to get towards the center of the circle, it's the team in Paradise Resort that's able to get that far in. It doesn't make any sense.
But they make it work somehow. Like you say, they played that nicely. They took the opportunities that were presented to them and racked up 9 elimination points for their trouble. RCB, whilst they made some pretty hectic moves, did manage to maintain their security on the boundaries of their team ground, which is obviously going to play very, very well for you. The question I think you're asking is, can RCB do the same when other teams are also doing that, right? That's the question you're sort of asking.
Yeah, that compound is impossible to breach at that point, at that stage of the game. Na'Vi tried to do something, but it was just 2 of them just died immediately. But yeah, once you get to that point, the game's won. If NIGMA Galaxy had made a move earlier, sent up towards that north side, fought out versus RCB as they came down from Painan, it's open ground. They should have easily won that fight. It would have been a chicken dinner, and I guarantee you, if NIGMA Galaxy made that kind of push, they would have picked up a lot more eliminations as well. I mean, Lord and Coops, Lufa's a great scout as well, so would have been able to pass that information back. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Look at the damage coming through from RCB. Barely anything. It was pretty much just those final eliminations that they were able to bag there. Respect to them, honestly. Respect to them, because they're the only team that was like, centers open, let's take it.
Yeah, they took that initiative, right? And even if maybe they could have scouted it slightly better, they were the ones to do so, and they were the ones to move fast, which of course paid out for them in that long run. Plenty of scrapping early on, which we are pretty, I think, in accord that we disagree with that as a good idea to continue. That classic old 3D Max versus S2G in Paradise Resort, and the Moneymakers are taking that unfortunate restart loss in the boot camp after having pretty handily won it the first time around before that rehost.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for the Moneymakers. I think the Sandhawk is a map that they tend to thrive in, just because like it's all opportunity based, right? And I think that's where they definitely shine, is in terms of taking those quick fire decisions to get back into the game quickly with the third party. We'll be getting back into the game very quickly as well, but just after this short break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with you soon.
After what was an interesting first match on Sandhawk, RCB were able to take home the chicken dinner and put themselves out to an early lead on 19 points. We are going to be getting over to Erangel next, so away from the jungle, potentially a little bit calmer on some of those early hot drops that we saw in the first map.
Indeed. I mean, I think that first game was a bit of a teething issue for quite a few teams here. It felt like the overall quality of the play had declined since last week, because I think those middling days last week were absolutely insane in terms of the skill on display from a lot of these squads. It felt like there was only a few teams there. I don't want to say taking it seriously, because I think everyone takes this tournament very, very seriously at the PMSL EMEA, but just a lot of mistakes that I don't think that we should be seeing at PMSL right now occurring there and then. Frustrating. Obviously, I'm sure these teams will get back into the groove of things very, very quickly. But yeah. That's my analysis.
Thank you very much. Into our first map of Erangel for the day. The playing path is a little bit lent over to that northeastern side here, meaning places like Primorsk, like Ferry Pier, that southwest point, going to be a little bit harder to get to, but you can just grab those vehicles and hopefully get out there nice and early. Is it IWNRX dropping on Twisted Minds? Where are Twisted Minds? They're in a different place. Okay, they are going to be out and most likely heading out towards Stalber and Kameshki on a split. IWNRX hot drops them on our last day of games, which is why I was maybe quite tentatively excited about them going out towards Zaki again. But why are they doing that?
Dropping in Zaki here? Not sure, honestly. I think that it sort of makes sense if I really put the old brain to the grinding stone, which in the sense that they usually drop down towards Ferry Pier, right? So these are similar rotates they have to make from Zaki and Ferry Pier, just on the opposite end of things. So they want to keep the similar teams in this area, rather than having to research a whole different set of squads on the other side of the map. I still think there's probably better places you could go, but with North and South George being so hotly contested all of the time, Zaki's probably one of the only remaining places to go. I think that there could be better decisions to be made. However, I'm not gonna go too deep on a team that is currently technically the best performing squad in the lobby. So see how it works out for them. Definitely didn't work out for them when they were hot dropping on Twisted Minds.
They had a really bad time over there. They, I think, technically won the engagement, but then Onyx Ravens third-partied them from North George. Speaking of North George, by the way, Blank, I think you're going to be pretty happy about this. 3D Max, they have repositioned over to North George and will not drop over to Yasnaya on our first match to contest with S2G, leaving S2G completely open as well to get the full loot all across the Yasnaya.
Yeah, this is really, really nice for the guys over on 3D Max, and gives them a lot of time to get that loot back in the old satchel, because I think that they have started to realize it's not worth it going for S2G as often. They're starting to really heat up. I don't think that's how you drive.
Who gave him a license? Come on. He is drifting about, smacking into trees, having a bad time. They really want another vehicle. Well, they should do at least. They are going to be able to find one over in Novo when they end up there. They'll be able to grab them out there. Yeah, there we go. Right up to the garage. Take a quarter of Niels' health bar out and get on your way. No. There we go. Seatbelts on.
Seatbelts back on. NIGMA Galaxy on your screens at the moment. Over towards Pachinki. Again, right on the edge of the circle here. I truly believe that this is a team that could easily be in the top 3. And I think that's why it's so frustrating for me.
Were they in your top 3?
I think I placed them in my top 3. But there is certainly teams in here that could do a lot better than them right now with the way they're currently playing. But there are so many times where the option is there for them. And again, I think that you put it best as it's just timid gameplay coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. They do have a long scout out right now, going far into the circle, potentially looking for a central position. So switching things up slightly.
Hopefully they'll be able to have a Scooby snack and not be quite as timid, not quite as nervous moving into this match. As you say, Lufa scouting out all the way in the west near Gatka, in and amongst Power, who have been very aggressive in the early game so far. More prevalently towards the end of last week and the start of this week now as well. They are getting very aggy as soon as they hear some fighting going on. They want that third party almost immediately. So you don't want to really be getting in their way if you don't want that to be coming your way.
Getting in towards that zone as fast as possible. I think a lot of teams over on that eastern edge now have decided to, amongst themselves, that they're too late. And they're most likely going to have to play edge on these circles, at least for a little while. I am glad to see NIGMA Galaxy moving so early here. It is a vast change from their wrangles last week. Allowing some of the players to loot up in Pochinki and now moving the rest of the squad off towards that central position. Gladiators scouting up on the top side of Everest. They have got caught out here last week. I say yesterweek, which is not the... Maybe I could bring that.
I like it, though.
That could be a new thing. Ye olde yesterweek.
Oh, dear. Yestergame? Can we have yestermatch?
Yestermatch? I think people say yesteryear.
Yeah, you do say yesteryear. I think that's more of like meaning like of a certain age, right? It's like, oh, back in yesteryear.
Yeah.
We rode our bikes to school.
Maybe
or
we just start doing all of them, though.
Yeah. Exactly. Just the yester roster of Unicorns of Love was
was totally different to the one they have now.
To the current one. Absolutely.
Oh dear me. Sad to not see them playing, actually.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? BEŞİKTAŞ trying to make sure that at least one of IWNRX can't play, who are now on the northern side of Everest, south of the river, though. They have gotten across 3D Max and Falcons, both pretty close to them, so maybe they stumble across one another. Gladiators still on the top of Everest. This time around, they will be okay for the time being, with AZ sent on a pretty far west split for scouting.
Yeah, spotting down towards BEŞİKTAŞ here. Again, 3D Max now making their way down, as are IWNRX, so Gladiator's position might become a little bit more troublesome soon. But for now, you do have AZ out towards that western side. I think you mentioned that as a bit of an anchor.
Yeah.
They'll head down there later. It's a bit of an awkward position on the map, right, John? Where there are plenty of spaces where this circle could go, and all of them do have awkward rotational paths to them.
Not quite as many options as a lot of these teams would like, certainly. Falcons playing in the chopsticks in those storm drains over around Gatka. Actually, I say Falcons, it's just Damar right now, because the rest of the team are split quite far up north behind both FLUX that you can see on the minimap and BEŞİKTAŞ, who are in the foothills of Everest. You can see there on that split around the ruins area the rest of Falcons. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to make it through what should be a pretty hot area of land in terms of teams. This circle, it feels like actually not too much has changed on the dynamics of it.
No, we've essentially just enclosed it, right? That's all. And teams understand pretty much where they want to go. Luckily, this is moving away from North George as well as Everest. And I think a lot of teams have already decided they wouldn't be playing up towards those areas. So it's not the end of the world for a lot of squads right now. Some teams out over towards the outer edges of the circle, even maybe in the blue, might want to start getting a move on. Looking down towards brute force at the moment, as well as the money makers, in fact, who have had a bit of a slow start to their match here in Primorsk. Though honestly, this is a situation where a lot of teams don't put too much stock over towards Quarry, and I know that money makers do for a fact. So they could just get an easy position on the northern edge of Quarry, where it onlooks a lot of this fielded area. Potentially make a play from there. Which is why moneymakers are so happy to stay on the edge for the time being. Equally so, though, you've got Virtus Pro in this area, as well as Footballist KAOS. You must have been watching those games from last week, made a similar rotate down that way. So space might be a little bit sparse here for the moneymakers to play around.
First point being accrued by the Gladiators. The first player to go down here fully from power in the foothills of Everest. Gaith might not be so far behind to be the second. After first blood has been drawn, Loxy for RCB, putting nades in. And we'll be able to find it as well. The bounce on that, right on top of Gaith, and that will be the end of him. Falcons down to 3 as well.
If going out a bit unideal. I think it's always really bad losing a player right off the back. As soon as especially being over towards its observatory location, you don't want to be losing a member at the start, because it really does require to have all members left alive to defend that spot. There's a few angles you can take. You don't want to be getting caught off here. So Ragnar tries to take a cheeky off angle. That looks like a fairly decent grenade. Pops on him, does a fair bit of damage. A Wild looks to send another.
That's a little bit better as well, but Ragnar strafed out of that one. Unfortunately, the first one wasn't quite on target enough for response, but not going to quite land. South side has been hotting up around the quarry area as well, Blank. There's a lot of action popping off down there as these nades find their mark. Both ways, in fact. There's both Damar and Wild go down to them. Another one bursting right in the face of Loxy, meaning he's falling as well. And RCB now starting to flag. 2 versus 2 standing in this engagement. I think there is still the backup yet to come in for the backlines of RCB.
It's an interesting engagement. A lot of nades been sent over. And some good shots coming through from RCB. At the very least for them, they'll be able to get themselves back up to 3. Na'Vi pushed off from NIGMA Galaxy's position as they headed up just towards that south side. And Circle moves far up towards that northwest. Doesn't look like a massive shift, but with it being slightly in the water as well, this western coastal area is a really big focal point for a lot of teams. Gives you plenty of time to figure out what you want to do next and plenty of cover to make it happen, as opposed to a lot of the fielded area over towards the east, unless you are one of the early teams to get towards a spot inside a compound. Very difficult to play around here. So I think for FLUX as well as NIGMA Galaxy down towards the southeast side, they got a tough game ahead of them.
Foot KAOS moving in south of 3D Max's western duo. You can see Narvalo and SnowX just off there in the distance, a 2-2 split on a northern area of the circle. S2G, they're going to sweep all the way around and be behind Twisted Minds. They are going to dip into the blue somewhat. It's stage 3. You can see they are just topping up with those stims to make sure they're nice and healthy coming out of the blue. IWNRX wanting to hold off against Twisted Minds, but both of them just going to try and diverge here. Zedwolf has got that high ground. It looks like they know there's a player in this building, though, because Jafar has already got the nade. He turns away. Is it going to bobble right in front of him? That is so unfortunate for Zedwolf to turn away exactly the moment that he steps out in the corner and the nade comes in. It sits right at his feet, takes him all the way down. Never Alone gets the flush. Dammy misses the second nade, and there is the response from Swain, but they've already lost Zedwolf. Really interesting turn of events, and here's the third party for S2G.
Yeah, this is a big move from S2G, who just comes through and flattens Swain on the ground. I love that from Zedwolf. Looked out the window, saw the nade come in, saw it at his feet, literally looked at it and said, there's nothing I can do here.
Had a bad
Twisted
time.
Minds, kryptonite of IWNRX. Even when they don't hot drop them, they still come to hunt them down here. With S2G in the sidelines now, playing on that really strong position towards the hilltops on that western side. this fight, even if it does conclude at some point, they'll be under constant harassment from the guys from S2G.
Yeah, they'll have such a big problem to deal with. And look at the Gladiators as well. They are covering those routes of exit on the eastern side if they want to try and bug out away from that western edge hold by S2G. The Gladiators are a little bit split, though, so might be a little bit more forgiving on that way. And I feel like I know which team I'd take a fight with if I was either Twisted Minds or IWNRX in this scenario. However, out to that direction, it's just open fields, so you know it's dangerous.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX as well, it's unlucky they're on the western side of the building being forced out there because now they're pinched, right? They're absolutely pinched. Power do go down after sending a dangerous crossover towards Beşiktaş. Gladiators also making a wild approach over towards Beşiktaş. Matic in the vehicle. See if I can get done here. Does just scout it and leave. Tixie still within the blue. AZ's found a position over towards those foothills. They're off the back of, and Beşiktaş now finds themselves in a tricky spot to remove themselves.
Virtus Pro finding a rundown on brute force. And that will be curtains for them. 3D Max looking like they are going to stay alive for now. They're keeping Virtus Pro at bay on the roll-up. Virtus Pro trying to dodge these nades, but look at them just continually being cooked, thrown out. Suppression to the Virtus Pro position. Furia's like, well, it's probably less dangerous right up next to them, if anything. Rob's breaking out through that smoke cover. Gets turned around by a volley of bullets sent their way from an off angle. I think that's Foot Chaos out on that western edge as Furia continues to try and divert a little bit of attention, circling his team with his vehicle.
Yeah, but you've sort of already lost this fight now between 3D Max, unless you get a really good grenade back over towards them. As soon as you get slowed down, they knew they had to use all this smoke cover to try and make their way up towards the building, which is why you saw 3D Max invest so many grenades here to slow down, to halt the approach. As soon as those smokes dissipate, you're opened up in towards that next circle by a lot of sightlines on towards that position. So realistically, all 3D Max needs to do is just hold this spot. NIGMA Galaxy down towards that southeast side, said they're going to have a tough time of getting in. Ralph drops. No way. There's no way that's an intentional grenade. Drops the vehicle, pops it into the air, blocks the bullets.
Happens, you know. Ralph goes down, gets flushed. Soulless down for FLUX as teams trying to navigate this southeast side, not having the best of times. Beşiktaş trying to get Poser through the gap. Through the gulch they go. The reloads give him a little bit of time, but it's only a countdown to his demise as Beşiktaş will be eliminated in 14.
It didn't take long that. And IWNRX will fall there, falter in front of Twisted Minds. They knew they'd have to push through him at some point, just does not work. Gladiators have been keeping an eye over towards FLUX and Beşiktaş for a long while now. Finish off both of the Turkish squads before Lufa can pick up Frozen.
Matic close by, Tixie there as well, but Lufa not going to take too much from them. The nade goes a little bit far to the left. Gladiator's gonna have to abandon this one. Frozen goes down, standing a little bit too out in the open. Hang on a minute. No, he can grab him, put him in the buggy and try and get on the rotation. Should be just about enough time. The question is, can they get to a safe position? Those northern fields really got to be the respite now for a lot of these dribs and drabs teams at this stage. Center of the circle, it is all about 3D Max and their compound hole.
Yeah, and I think that most teams should know that this is a really strong compound to hold in. And if I was any of these teams down towards the southeast, looking at NIGMA Galaxy RCB, probably holding over towards the bank by the swamp is a good idea at this point, because you can hold in that location for quite a while, clear out all the teams coming in from that eastern side. And you have that guard over towards 3D Max. You can't really see over towards you. Falcons, 2 players, holding off NIGMA.
Doesn't quite get the damage on the spray up, but There is a re-knock, however, going blow for blow right now in this stage isn't going to work out, and in fact doesn't in the long run, because RCB chime in on the back lines. That's going to be a res, and it will be continual approach now for NIGMA Galaxy. In the meantime, Moneymakers on the southwest side with Gonzo on their side flank there. They need to be worried on those off angles. BEŞİKTAŞ down, but getting rezzed right now. As Na'Vi want to keep the suppression towards this southwest edge, keep the Moneymakers penned in.
Yeah, Na'Vi holding a pretty dangerous split, but gives them a huge amount of control over towards the southwest side. Moneymakers don't really have too many places they can go, so Na'Vi opts for a difficult split here in favor of potentially success.
Ooh, 1 for 1 on the roll-up. Na'Vi holding out fairly successfully here. Koa, last player now to stand, has to move up to his teammate. I think they did get the knock on the player playing by the tree, but they went down in the end, and it is just Axa now. If Koa can hold it off or go for a res here, could be really, really important. Koa with the challenge, but Axa puts it to bed around the side of the smoke. He had his wits about him. The UMP was there just in time. However, a lot of damage done to the Na'Vi roster, and they will be playing down as 2. Gonzo unlikely to be rezzed here as well, so maybe just 1, no, none, as Na'Vi do fall as well.
Yeah, good grenades here from RCB. Slowly but surely hanging out on the sidelines. And again, this position around the bank of the coast is very, very smart to go for. Leaving Silas behind with that little bit of high ground towards the center of the swamp. To look over towards NIGMA Galaxy as they make their way in. Silas very good on the long-range pickoffs. Oh, I don't know why it feels like today RCB has suddenly decided that they're going to be the smartest in the lobby.
Well, it's working out right now. Certainly against NIGMA Galaxy as they get eliminated, flushed away. RCB with 3 players and 6 elims on the table can now, after having removed that pressure from their southeast side, look to move up to that ridgeline that you talked about. But 3D Max have still got eyes on. Such a powerful compound for 3D Max, and the next circle might just keep it in. We'll have to wait and see. But RCB losing another player. This is probably the kindest circle to everybody who isn't 3D Max in this lobby. Putting them right on the edge of the next circle will force them to think about having to move out and thereby weaken their stronghold in this really central compound they've had for so long now.
Yeah, I mean, you could also put it the other way around as well, though, John, right? Because everyone else is going to have to force their way through this position on the outside edge. You make your way out towards the field. You have to expend resources to get towards those positions. Whereas 3D Max can just basically wait this circle out for quite a while.
But the other teams would have had to have done that anyway, to an extent, right? Kind of just no matter where the circle went. And the fact that 3D Max now have an extra little burden may be a help to them, but CEO later needs more than that. Goes down, but as his teammates going to be able to keep them alive, keep them in the fight. Ray-Z on the northern shore will be able to hold the high ground down. 4 players for S2G. This should be resable for at least 1. Maybe put Kelsey in the buggy, get the res on the other, and try and scarper that way, because I don't think you're getting them both up in location. Hamzy G has that forward position, but I think, yeah, Kelsey getting knocked out there. Gladiator spot something. And the rest of... Oh dear, yeah, the rest of S2G going very, very low. Nades from Virtus Pro continually trying to find an opening towards 3D Max.
Yeah, looking for at least one of them. That looks like a decent grenade over towards the top. Does a lot of damage towards Furia. In comes another one. Good step up from Furia, but even better from Victor. Bouncing it off the door there. Understanding the only place he could have done was to get up towards that little cusp. On the top side, smart stuff. Will finally go down, but more nades put out. Somehow, Corker is able to remove himself from that scenario. Massive grenades coming through from Malloy.
RCB as well.
3D Max remains in here for quite some time.
RCB moving in from that eastern side. They're poking their noses in for a third party. 3 players from Virtus Pro. Here's the side swipe. Silas not quite connecting onto Milky Way, but Corker eats the majority of the bullets there. Malloy unawares. They don't know he's here. Silas just completely lights him up. Milky Way hops in, and Narvalo's ready with the DBS. Now he can look for the res onto Rob. Snowix as well will be resable, but Gladiators want to fourth party this as well, as RCB have Silas up in the play. Matic putting nades in from this north side as well. Molotovs going on in. Nades splitting the difference difference. The res came through and 3D Max still looking to hold. Narvalo splits out, but the nade in through the window, it's not even going to find him.
Looks decent on that nade there, and it is. We'll take down SnowX completely and fully knock Robs there. RCB over towards this eastern side, and Gladiators have made a pretty good set of moves this game. Matix gets knocked down. Malloy has to hit the deck, but Frozen coming through with the P90. Extremely low on bullets, though, and looks like they might have just finished it off there. Not before AZ took a huge amount of damage. Matix, 7 eliminations on this guy.
This is the game that the Gladiators were looking for now. 14 eliminations to the team right now, and still a few more waiting. Tasty morsels to add to that chicken dinner. The side plates that you know you want to see. Gladiators, 3 players alive, having lost Tixie. Frozen moving up. They moved quite far and quite fast to go for this 4th party onto the engagement on the compound that 3D Max have held for so long. And I am quite happy to see that 3D Max have made it to at least 3rd place in this scenario from that position that was so strong for them. A lot of conflict sent their way, but they've only managed to piece together 3 eliminations from all of it.
Yeah, it's not great, and I think this is the problem when you have a team playing a central location like this. Oh my days. I don't know if this is going to go too well. Narvalo has to step up here, but Silas has been the arbiter over towards this eastern side. AZ might be going down.
Ooh.
There's some crazy stuff from Silas here. Almost single-handedly holding out NIGMA Galaxy. Now looking to put a dent in towards Gladiators towards the end of the day. This bank here down towards the south side gives you so much cover to play around with. No one else really challenged them because they cleared out most of the contestants earlier on. Matic makes the move. Should be able to get AZ back up again, but Silas looks to split the difference. Frozen's behind, and he's going to send him for the 1v1.
He knows that there's a player up on that high ground, but he has to draw short. Will need cover, won't find it. Gladiators close down the match, putting up the best result that they've seen in a long time here. 24 points on the match. I believe that was 14 eliminations they were able to rack up right towards the end. A really strong showing from the northern side. It felt like they kind of were just picking people apart on the northern edge for quite a while. The impressive move that they made was going across the field for that 4th party on the compound.
Yeah, I think they had just a great understanding of where they need to play over towards that field area. There's a lot of strong little positions you can hold on there, but eventually you need to start clearing out the teams in that area. You can't stick around that spot forever. You need to move in at the right time now. I think they were lucky that no one played on that bank. Again, I was so confused. We didn't see more teams head over towards that area. RCB didn't try to control that as much as I assumed they would. Because it's like you saw from Silas, it's quite difficult to take shots over towards you there. So the fact that it was literally just him by the end of it seemed a little bit off to me. But yeah, other than that, they made some strong movements. I think AZ was consistently holding the zone. And in a way, he was sort of dragging the rest of the team with him to try and get them into position. So I like that from AZ, particularly AZ. And it worked out. It worked out very, very well here. Silas, though, 100% deserves the, I would say, MVP category for this game. I think he did so much for RCB here. And I'm honestly impressed and surprised by their play today.
Yeah, they have so far impressed. Coming off a 19-point chicken dinner to get a 2nd place with 15 points total on the match. RCB going to be very, very happy here. Gladiators as well, 15 elimination points. I thought it was only the 14, but they got that 25 clean. And they will be happy to add that to their tally to kick off week number 2, where they absolutely need to improve on their week 1 performance. S2G as well. Similarly, very smart today, and I feel like they've done good things on Sandhawk. You praised them for that in the last match, and again, here they've managed to find some value out of this match. 3D Max, a little bit disappointing on what they were able to do with the points, but still, 8 points, you take that.
The thing is with 3D Max in that location is that leaving Virtus Pro at your doorstep was probably one of the worst mistakes you could have made there. There are so many teams that do not want to engage with you in that location, right? And there's only so much amount of time before that bank starts to be clustered on your southern edge. So you need to deal with Virtus Pro at some point, and then start taking pot shots to the teams around you, because that's what that position affords you. It affords you just 360 control from that location. And 3D Max seem to just sort of rent the place out and watch TV inside of it, not do too much from there other than that initial onslaught of grenades. And they had to make a bit of a play. I think right now, though, they're probably pleased with an 8-pointer, to be honest, because it has been fairly unfortunate. So you just take the 8 points and call it a 4-point average right now.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep those numbers up, right? A medal result for 3D Max would be an improvement over that last week. So trying to just get anything where they can take it. Potentially good news there. It felt like perhaps that Swamp Bridge was generally quite underutilized in that last match, to see what they were able to do. And I think that's something that you were sort of expecting. And you said there that it was not quite as used as it was. It was only Silas really on RCB who was trying to hold that location.
Yeah, it didn't quite track, because I think if you go back and watch any number of games played on our angle and in this position, that bank tends to be one of the most important locations on the map, because again, it gives you protection over towards the team that is playing in that compound above you, gives you third-party control. As long as you close out on the southeast side, there's not many teams that can challenge you. You can also hold up to 2 teams over towards that north and south side, and it tends to usually be the north and the south team on that bank with that circle that actually fights out for the chicken dinner. Again, I was sort of confused there, and it does feel a little bit like RCB is the one making the pseudo PUBG Mobile correct decisions right now, and everyone else seems to be playing their own game.
Well, it's working out for them right now. They have got a lot of points for their troubles in our first 2 matches. We've still got more for you today. We'll be on a break. We'll be right back with more.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Round number 2 of Erangel up now for you. As in the PMSL EMEA, we're going to be heading right back into the action after two pretty solid games on the trot from RCB. They'll be looking to try and convert on their lead, as well as Gladiators standing tall with a big 25-point chicken dinner. S2G just behind them on the overalls right now with 22 points for S2G and 27 for Gladiators.
I mean, if we don't take into account the past 2 days we've had off, I think that's the second 15-plus elimination game we've seen from the Gladiators so far, which sounds weird. I mean, albeit that other 15-plus elimination game did come on the eastern island over on Miramar, so it's a bit different, right? It's a bit of a different scenario there. But we're heading into our third Erangel of the day. It is indeed. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. GT20 Pro, the INFINIX smartphone, is our official sponsor here for PMSL EMEA. Make sure you stand out with one of your own. Get your hands on one. But we're heading over towards Erangel. 34 points right now for Ragnar Karya. A really good stand-up, but if you're a Ragnar Karya fan, don't get your hopes too high. We saw this last week with RCB, and they were unable to keep this pace up. Though, I did talk a lot last week about doing your homework, figuring things out, and it looks to me like RCB may have done that. I'm not holding my breath, though, because this certainly could definitely be a thing where, you know, RCB turn around tomorrow and decide that they are no longer good at the game again.
They can just flip that switch. It's a real skill to be honest, to be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's quite talented, really. To just all of a sudden
Actually, we're bad now.
switch one's brain off. It's like a meditative process, right? Like you go into your Zen room and you're like, right, no think.
No think. There's clouds in the sky. I'm not.
There is only cushions and snacks.
Oh dear me. Yeah, it's an unfortunate trait of RCB. An unfortunate trait of this game, though, is that circle. You can see it on your screen right now, down towards the south side of the map. More than likely, we're heading over towards Sosnovka. IWNRX has had some good results over towards this side of the map, even with just 2 players, too. So potentially they're able to get something done here. Then again, that was over towards the western side. Equally could head over towards the east. Though I am pretty confident here, John, this is going to be a south finish.
It does seem that way. And you've got to imagine teams are going to move quite fast on this one. Moneymakers grab a boat potentially, maybe go to the south side. IW next Ruya, I feel like the big decision for them is bridge hold or get deep into the circle. And for my money at this stage, you do just go for a nice solid position in this circle. If not a compound, maybe a hilltop. That hilltop down to the southwest of the bridge, generally probably... I would say probably the best position right now, because you can eat up a couple of those points from people getting across the bridge, and you have a lot of control over the terrain on the west side.
Yeah, I think that, when we look at these matches, specifically even looking to last week where we saw Virtus.pro try and hold on the south island of Miramar, and even just try and hold on here in this game, to be honest. It's
not going well.
They lose 2 right off the bat. They opted to go for the bridge hold, understanding there's going to be a huge amount of teams coming through that area. And it didn't work out for them. In essence, it was sort of a mistake. Malai has to drop out the vehicle and provide some fire backwards just to maintain his life, but I'm not sure how likely Na'Vi is going to give up this approach. I would 100% agree with you, John. Head over towards that circle and get into a firm position early on. NIGMA Galaxy done the same thing here, surprisingly. Again, looks like they are trying to shift things up just a little bit as Malloy gets the side of a car to the body.
That's not going to go well. Going to be thinking about that one over breakfast tomorrow. That is unfortunate. Virtus.pro down to 1. Both teams trying to move south as fast as possible. You were right, NIGMA Galaxy did make their way over that bridge on the west side. They do want to take control of that position that currently IW Next Ruya have managed to take. That compound, the hills just a little bit further south of that as well. On the eastern bridge, Foot KAOS got across first. BEŞİKTAŞ have next bid at it, with Na'Vi potentially contesting them out for it. But I think BEŞİKTAŞ do have a bit more control right now over the area.
Yeah, I think for BEŞİKTAŞ, potentially they're able to get through this spot. IWNRX Swade's not looking where he's driving at all. I think they lost a player to NIGMA Galaxy. They went in as they caught them up fairly quickly, actually.
Yeah, they did, by the looks of it.
This is weird from NIGMA Galaxy, John, though, right? Because I think that it is a bit of a... I think they're trying to change the play style. They're still a little bit stuck in their old ways. When we looked at that last Erangel, they tried to get further in towards the center, and then there was that lull in between probably stage 4 and stage 6 where they didn't really get too much done. But initial rotates here seems to be a lot faster. Hopefully this continues for the rest of the day, in which case, I'll be a very happy man.
Yeah, we always like to see growth, adaptation, improvement. So we get a second look at the brutality laid at the feet of Virtus.pro by some less than friendly Na'Vi players there. RCB are going for a swim across the channel, and they have managed to make landfall pretty early on. Going for an early swim, I feel like, is a pretty interesting strategy. Obviously, going over those bridges is faster, but as we can see here, a lot more heavily contested. So getting across there before teams have managed to get through the bridge fully. S2G aren't done with Virtus.pro just yet. CEO later goes down. Going for that swim early, I quite like that strat. Before teams have managed to extricate themselves from those bridge conflicts, you take that compound in the middle, near that beach side, and you can then launch your campaign in the military island from that point. I think it's a good idea for RCB.
Yeah, no, I would 100% agree with you, John. I think that's a great point to make, specifically because you understand that, look, we're likely not going to be able to get a decent rotate on either of the bridges at this point, but it's not so much into the point of the game where everyone is throwing themselves off the side of the cliff into the water in a desperation play. It's now at this point in the game where, this is pretty comfortably a Sosnovka finish. It hasn't drastically shifted down this way, so people aren't making those drastic plays either. And teams are more than likely going to be more focused on attempting to get in on those eastern side, having their own little private fights. So RCB is able to completely get through without any casualties or anyone hampering them. Besiktas, I think, even wanted this location, and they've got here late compared to them, which is very, very surprising. It's a good move from RCB.
I mean, it's about 30 seconds they've been in there before Besiktas wanted it, right? So it was a really tight window to make this play.
Yeah. Brain on today. 100% for RCB. Silas on fire too. This is good news. This is very, very good news. I'm going to have to get a sound clip of me saying that and play it back at the end of the week.
No matter what happens. Yeah, well, we can do that. We can do that. RCB having a good start to things. We'll see if they can keep going. It's good news for my predictions as well. I had them as top spot. Satan trying to hold on the top floor, but not going to be given sanctuary by that one. Damar as well being handled on the sidelines by Storm with a DBS.
Falcons on their way upwards. This is on the south side of the coast right now. They've lost 2 players. And always pretty brutal on those bridges, John, to be honest. Nigma Galaxy over towards that western side. Not the biggest of fans of that position. You're essentially taking yourself out of the fight, right, for a long, long while in favor of sort of a more safe position in the long run. But this is kind of a landing spot that I would take if this was a
Oh.
Anyway, I'll finish the point either way, but this is sort of a landing point if I saw a circle like this pop up, and I was starting from Primorsk, and I wanted to boat on over because I didn't think there'd be people here. But there is better position to be playing. I think IWNRX has the right idea of it, playing over towards that ridge. You have that ability to move towards the eastern side of the island, but they immediately move down towards the southwest. They might catch a nasty surprise here from the Moneymakers, who I think took a boat through from Primorsk over towards this south side, relatively undetected. They should now know that there's another team here, as Biscay pretty early on gives the game away. I think he was hoping to get an initial knock.
Putting a nade on through. IWNRX are going to start cooking nades of their own. So they want to continue this fight. They're not just going to immediately turn around. You can see the off angles being played off against one another. Old Boy and Zed Wolf trying to give some sort of backstop to the rest of the team. I think Brute Force got spotted out in the water there. But no, hang on a minute. The opposite. They landed and took a fight with Foot Chaos, and it's not going too hot for either of them right now. As nades start to bobble down the hills. Ado very low, Storm up the top. Foot Chaos looking all right to take this one home, but Falcon is going down already. They are just going to have to play on us too, and nade seals the deal.
Will be done there. Nice job from Footballers Chaos. They do lose a player in the process though, John. And with Falcons possibly circling, I mean, this would be a great opportunity for the Falcons to give themselves a little bit more breathing space on this side. Gafe moves in. Initial nade, not so good, but with Footballers Chaos under the edge of the mountain, Gafe needs to hit these shots. Might be able to pop one out the back, and he does indeed. As Falconist goes down to the Falcons, no less.
They are taking care of him this time around. IWNRX have lost a player in the meantime. That did get rezzed just now, which means that fight's still going on close by with IWX and Moneymakers. No eliminations gone either way just yet, because it did get healed up. They're likely just going to share this for the time being. Falcons, though, may be changing that. 3D Max, they've been in a bit of a weird rotation path for quite a while now. They've been out in the blue for ages, and finally FLUX are ready to lay out a welcome party for them. Their meds should be a little bit low, might be dangerous. Sulke, enveloped by the blue. Snoix heading on up. There's a nade underneath him. He's not worried about it. Hops on the banister to try and eat some of those rounds with his legs to win out that trade, but not going to work out for him this time around. Solus looking to drop down. Play on the ground floor now. Rotate away. Get that flush. Hasn't spotted the player right behind him. Okay, Snoix is there. He's on the drop as well. As nade is going to finish the job, but FLUX still have 3 players alive.
Oh, 3D Max is just not having a good time of it recently. It's not exactly holding up to the same regard as a lot of other teams within this lobby. Finally, the Moneymakers attempt to make their approach over towards IWNRX, and now it's time for them to show who is the best of the lobby. And they don't stand a chance. Immediately dispatched here. I am curious where S2G is right now, John.
Yeah. They were on the southeast side for quite a while. They took a fight with Twisted Minds, who are now on 2. I think they're coming in on the south coast.
I just see an S. I just see an S pop up on the screen.
Ah, yeah.
And again, I do think S2G is a good barometer for them and 3D Max. It's because this is another similar rotation that they could have taken. And I think if I was 3D Max, I would probably study S2G and their rotations, as they have sort of a similar early game a lot of times. And S2G is more than frequently finding better success off the back of it. NIGMA Galaxy taking some initiative, heading up towards the compound that sits on top of the ridge here as we shift further towards that eastern side, John.
Hopping on over, Alhaji, getting back to the buggy. The blue zone is there. The guard out on the northern edge towards FLUX. I don't think FLUX are going to make this. With the blue zone getting up towards stage 4, Solus does have some first aids. They can outlast it for a while, but just biding his time with the bandages.
Man, the fact that Power's still here on almost zone 4 is really cruel. If you can get your points from anywhere, this is probably a good spot to do it in.
Sees the movement. Solus, though, folding back. Giving up position. Are they just going to wait this out, or are they going to try something fancy here?
There's not really anything fancy to be done at this point. Like, you could try and head towards Eastern Bridge about 2 minutes ago. But at this point in time, you have to send back and almost pretend like you're going to go for a water play, so Power moves away from this position and then potentially come back later. Sort of have to fake it out that you're not going there. And with this southern shift on the circle, almost certainly Power's going to give up the chase. But this is going to hurt. It's going to hurt for FLUX. It's going to be painful coming in. And they're gunning it across. And Power makes their move now too. Al-Haji out in the open, doesn't expect it.
Ooh, right on through.
FLUX even knocks Al-Haji down in the process. Good fake out from FLUX.
They bulldoze their way through. Get the high ground against Power. Now there's danger afoot. FLUX putting effective shots down range towards Fidan. As Easy looks for the res. Kante close. To Solus. Has the pump action in hand. Hits one. Looks for a second. But the DBS pops 2 to his belly. Kante can't quite stomach it. 2 players there lined up for Solus on the off angle. FLUX somehow punched their way through this. Really, really interesting to see that happen.
Absolutely. It sort of reminds me of, do you know that dog that attempts to go down the stairs and then runs all the way back and then just leaps down them? Sort of reminds me of that a little bit. Just because they did have a bit, they backed it up to have a full-on sprint across. So FLUX here do make their way through and just mosey on forward. Really, really well done there. Definitely was a drastic play, like you said, John.
Gonzo goes down again. Lord able to re-knock and go for the flush this time around. Ralph is knocked, but Lufa and Lord both still up and in action. Only Punch remains, and he's already out of there. They are giving up the Ghost on that fight. In the meantime, on the southwest corner of the military base, we've seen RCB been holding now for a while. FLUX tried to push in. Gladiators were diverted further south by this position. Silas tried to scout out west, but they had to regroup here. Puncher might just roll straight on into their open arms. You can see a lot of damage sent out their way by Kiss on that southwest point.
That was a nice spray as well. Actually, from Kiss too. And it's good timing on it. I think if you're RCB, you're over on this northeast side. It's looking a little bit sketchy for you, where you need to move forward. So you really don't want to have any thorns sticking out and brushing the skin there. So all done to Kiss to immediately get rid of that obstacle. Like how FLUX has come in. They're currently just circling everywhere. Where can we stay? Where can we go? They're coming off a big high right now. You look over towards NIGMA Galaxy, just coming off that fight with Na'Vi. We're able to maintain the life here, but seem to be a little bit low on meds, it seems. Ralph's not even fully healed up yet. Al-Haji starts tossing grenades. FLUX will be ready to third party this too. This is an awkward position to be in for NIGMA Galaxy. Might want to consider just leaving this one.
They're going to have to move south at some point. But Ralph's kind of trapped down here. Very close to Easy and Al-Haji. On his belly, steps up, goes for a spray. Good for one. Traded off by Al-Haji behind. The DBS gets the flush, but in comes the reinforcements now. Lord and Lufa as a duo will be able to take down two players from Power. Still one remains Fidana on an off angle. FLUX may be thinking about going for a third party, but they've already got a player down. Sulke wants to wade into the fight nonetheless. He's close by. Looking for the high ground. They roll straight on up and into it. They're worried about the compound, but they need to be more worried about down the hill because it's already cleaned itself out.
Wow, nice shots from RCB, spot them. And again, this is what you get for moving around in circles for such a long time here from FLUX. Expose themselves to so many angles, thinking that they'd fully missed the mark on all the teams. But RCB are able to get some great shots off towards them. And NIGMA Galaxy saved by the bell a little bit, up to 6 eliminations now, but unlikely to take the chicken dinner. With that next shift down towards the southeast side, BEŞİKTAŞ are going to be very pleased with their current location.
Yeah, a lot of very flat ground around that area as well. Not too many hillsides to be speaking of. FLUX might be able to take control of the small crag on the north of this circle, but it's very, very flat in general across the most part of this. There is just a sliver of coastline in, but I don't think anyone's going to that unless they're very desperate.
No, it's not the best spot right now. And I think it's because there is so much open space around this area that BEŞİKTAŞ is able to claim a lot of control. Really, for a lot of these teams on the outer edges, it is now more a case of trying to survive until the circle pushes BEŞİKTAŞ out of that zone. It's a difficult spot to be in. NIGMA Galaxy, I believe they do go down now. 6 eliminations, 7th place, not too bad. Not the greatest either. I think it's hard to predict FLUX making that play there and Power letting them get away with it almost. I think that in reality, John, in that situation that Power is in, they should have been a little bit more on the ball. Because really, what's the other plan for FLUX, right? They could go for a fake out, but if I'm Power, I'm like, no team here is going to be silly enough to go for the Eastern Bridge in Stage 4. No one does that. They're likely trying to trick us. And I think Power just, in the moment with the shift far down towards the south side, didn't expect it. Silas gets knocked out as RCB splits into a pack of 2.
This position for the Gladiators playing quite well. You see they've got some features to play around this roadside. A lot of cover from several important positions, and RCB find out about it in the worst possible way. AZ has been knocked, though, and Dokkan Machine has another nade to play with. Frozen. There's a couple more, though. Nade sent out his way. Dokkan Machine not going to try and go for the flush. Baiting a player to go for this res might be a more effective strategy in the long run. You can see there, they try and move forwards a little bit. Frozen wants to establish control somewhat to try and get AZ back to his feet.
Another good game here for the Gladiators. Real change of pace for them. A bouncer over towards Storm. Grazes him. He's lucky. That was a great bounce over the top side of the rock. If he hadn't made that aggressive play there, likely he would not be standing at this point in time.
They'd used the bait. They've pulled the Gladiators towards them now. You see, everybody had to invest, move down south to think that maybe they could get AZ back, which has magnetized them to this location. And FUT KAOS can just bug out because there's none of those backstop off angles that can harry them as they go. FLUX shift in ahead of the Gladiators as well. So Gladiators potentially over-investing to get what was a doomed player back to their feet, but it's not going to happen. 3 players on the eastern side. BEŞİKTAŞ still holding very, very calm.
Moneymakers want some points in this game. They're over on that north side. Gladiators finish off FLUX, who I think were all together in this game for far too long for the way that they were playing. Very, very fast and loose on their side. Moneymakers move in over towards Gladiators, thinking that this fight has just broken out, but it was very clean between them and FLUX. Again, it is a 3v4 here, John. Make that a 3v3 as Old Boy hits the ground.
A little bit too low there. The bounce off the rock keeps them safe towards the backline, and a second as well. Matic on the backboard for 0 points this time. Another one over the top. That goes high, and Koa goes down to it. There is an answer, though. Frozen has been sideswiped here. Another nade, another long nade, actually, from Matic. Goes towards Icy. Doesn't quite find that knock. Koa goes almost entirely out. Will fall fully. That's a flush going over towards the Gladiators. A nade. That looks good towards BEŞİKTAŞ, but he's got some cover. The second one. Is it going to go? Tixi still looking to put that lead on, and right on the money, that one. Now it's just Icy for the Moneymakers against 2. Tixi is low. Drops the smoke for Icy to get some cover. Tixi, no more nades. Has got a Molotov, and that's the flush on Old Boy.
Icy sends one back. Matic finally goes down, but I think this is a stray coming through from BEŞİKTAŞ. It is Lewis. Have a cheeky look up this way. I think the Moneymakers gone down. I think it's 2. Gladiators try and get themselves back up to 3, but Lewis is providing excellent scouting potential here for BEŞİKTAŞ. You do not want to sit inside this compound all game. You need to get at least a little bit of a lay of the land, but this is very overzealous now.
Okay, getting a little bit too close to danger. The smokes have faded. The reses have come through. Frozen, though, is not back to his feet. The vehicle maneuvers have actually stopped this res from being fully completed, and now Icy's in a position to stop that from happening fully, which means 1 player remains for the Gladiators. Tixi is there. A nade over the top. A nice flex out here from BEŞİKTAŞ. Is there an opportunity for RCB to third party onto this? Maybe find something. The Gladiators now down and out. They've had a successful game again. Good news for the Gladiators fans. BEŞİKTAŞ still down in the dirt, but there's a side swipe. Steps up and didn't look both ways at all. Lewis with a DBS will be the one to pick up that flush there. And Icy now left out in the cold will be sprayed down. BEŞİKTAŞ pushing out of their compound and making it work.
Unfortunate there for BEŞİKTAŞ. I think he had some troubles with the controls. Bit of a panic moment. Puts the 3x on a shotgun. Not ideal. And BEŞİKTAŞ looks to finish off. Final members are in the circle. Kiss, who has been pretty rock solid for RCB this game, is a solo. BEŞİKTAŞ looks to clean this game out.
South side for FUT KAOS. Down in the dirt for Kiss. Oh, he's stepping sides. Kikali doesn't eat the bullets, and he's out in the open in a valley. Has a tree, But I think there's off angles enough to just take him down. No cover available. Regnum Kaya Bra Esports, 2 limbs, 3rd place. Not the hugest of totals, but you'll try and keep up with the Gladiators if you can. Beşiktaş with Doka Machine behind the tree. Storm back to the blue. Will look for the buggy run on in. Poser does go down, but it's traded off. And going 1-for-1 here, in general, you absolutely take that. The points might go over to Foot Chaos just a little bit more, but they'll be done with that nade. And it is going to be Beşiktaş who had the center circle compound. They flexed out nicely to the north and were able to sweep around the rest of it, tidy things away nicely to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a good final game there from Beşiktaş. And if anything, it's almost amusing that RCB taking up that position over on that north side forces them to figure out where else they can go. So they head down towards the south, pick up this compound, ends up being a victory for them. So an alternate decision in their plans leads to better point scoring overall. So good for them. But yeah, an interesting game from a lot of teams, a lot of different playstyles being shown there. Gladiators looking like they're getting further and further into these matches now, which is surprising, John, but great news for Gladiators fans all around the world that they're able to get these points back on board. Some slight mistakes still being made from them where it doesn't feel like they're a cohesive unit just yet, but I can definitely see that they're starting to fill those roles now and getting better within them. Doka Machine, 831 damage. Goodness me. Some great work from him over on Footballist KAOS.
Yeah, keeping them in nice and late. They had a lot of fighting going on there, did Foot Chaos for quite a while. In fact, look at that. They get the most points out of this match because of it. 12 eliminations added to their total. 18 points as well. With Beşiktaş Esports Black playing at 15. They don't quite make that mark, but they still get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think this is good for Footballers KAOS. I think they're slowly getting back into the swing of it. Beşiktaş looking pretty good today. Moneymakers, yeah, 8 eliminations there. I think teams are less prone to these mistakes they're being able to capitalize on now and are playing around them slightly because they're constantly waiting in the wings and those opportunities just aren't showing themselves as often. It'd be good to take a quick look at the overall rankings after we see the match rankings here, as we weren't able to take a look at them at the start of the day. We had a couple of mice that got into the wires, chewed them up a bit, but we've shooed them away now.
I think it was
sent
Jason,
them back into the wild. It was Jason, yeah. Shoot him back into the wild with some cheese.
Have you seen that animal on his top lip? Goodness me, that might as well be a mouse. He's going to hate me for that one. RCB at the top of the tables there, overflowing their name zone as well as on the points as well. 41 total right now with 3 good games on the trot, keeping up some nice high averages. But so are the Gladiators.
Hey, Gladiators up to 37 here. Hey, man, it's good. I'm glad to see it. So all of our top 3 spots have a chicken dinner each. NIGMA Galaxy, 25 points. S2G, 25 points. And Moneymakers with 16. So very familiar faces we're seeing here up towards that top side, despite seeing Gladiators and Beşiktaş. I think those are the new entries here for us. Brute Force and IWNRX. I'm not sure what's happening with either of these teams today, but really not good stuff whatsoever. 2 points, 1 point. Yeah, not what we expected from this team. And I've been giving grief to 3D Max, man. I mean, I should be giving grief over towards IWNRX and Brute Force.
Absolutely, definitely should be looking to do that. I don't think that's right there. I think that
right.
is...
We started again.
Technically, it is right, but there are 4 teams who have not played. If you are Team Spirit, right, you're looking at this table and thinking, IWNRX aren't doing well. This is good because they're our main competitors right now when it comes to bonus points. So you do want... If you're a team that's in 19th, 18th, 17th, right, you want the teams around you to have really strong matches if they're going to beat you and really weak weeks if they're not, right? So that they have a mix, an average, and you can just play for those 16 points every week and end up in the advantage with those bonus points when it comes down to it. So Team Spirit right now, happy about IWNRX.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely, because over towards that overall ranking, right, going over towards into your bonus points, I think that you see IWNRX, you know that they've got it got what it takes, right? You see RCB now currently doing the best. You see Gladiators doing the best they have on this day as well. These are teams that are really streaky, and for a team like Team Spirit, who didn't have the most chicken dinners last week, but they were the most consistent, this is really good news for you, because these are teams you feel like you could probably beat, John.
Yeah, potentially. You need to live up to the mark of your own estimation and live up to the estimation of the lobby as well. If you want to take home these chicken dinners, they're very hard fought over. We'll be back with another opportunity for these teams to do so after the break. We are going back for more, Erangel. That is right. We are into match number 4 now on the first day of week 2 here at the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be getting underway very, very shortly. We've had some nice, interesting, controlled play styles from a lot of different teams. RCB flagged a little bit towards the end of that last match, but they were still able to get good value out of the game. Gladiators as well, doing a lot of warpath fighting on their journeys towards the blue zone. It's gone quite well for them too.
Yeah, I think when you look at RCB, I'm fairly pleased with how today's gone for them. Just in the sense that, I mean, you saw what they were able to do, John. They made that gamble early on. I think you picked up on it really quickly, heading across, just making the swim and circumventing both those bridges. They're taking the novel ideas and going against the mold sometimes, and then just playing good old standard PUBG Mobile gameplay when necessary. But they took the gamble. If the circle headed up towards that north side, they would have had a great game. Regardless of that, they got very far into it and still had a decent showing despite that. So I think no matter what happens there, I think that you can definitely be pleased with the way RCB is playing. They look a lot more calm here, I would say. Last week, they looked, I don't want to say downtrodden, but it definitely felt like they were just going through the motions when it came to the end of the week. But they just seem a little bit more chilled out, more willing to be discussing things, as we're seeing right now on your screen.
Yeah, and obviously trying to accrue those bonus points at a slightly higher rate than last week. They still managed to get up into 8th, which I believe is 14 bonus points, if I'm counting correctly, which is entirely possible. I'm not there. But it's around that sort of boundary, which is really too far behind the leaders. When you remember it's 50%, you're going to be playing at 10 versus 7, so only a 3-point difference. Definitely surmountable, but can be important. Just as important as unleashing the beast with monsterenergy.com/gaming. I've stolen your bit. I'm sorry there, Blank, for Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA.
That's fine. That's no worries. I'm going to have to increase my words per minute when I next see that sponsor call out. It next heads on our screen. But yeah, we're just waiting to get into our 4th game of the day here. So no TDM, I don't believe. No TDM.
Don't think so.
No TDM.
That's what I've been told.
No TDM.
No TDM.
No TDM.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. No TDM today.
has told us. I didn't think we would have one. which is, unfortunate for MVPs of end of last week. But you know what? We're just going for more Erangel. That's what we want.
Yeah, I like a bit more angle, right? I appreciate the TDMs, but I'm always here for just straight back into the action of PUBG Mobile Esports. The way it was meant to be played on a angle,
Absolutely.
with circles and zones and rotations. It's very fun.
Weapons and players and teams. And
Exactly. That's what we like to see, man. That's what we like to see.
first
at
aid
the end of the
kits
day.
and energy drinks and painkillers and adrenaline shots and med kits and sorry, we're just naming everything that was in the game. I thought.
Just like I was just doing the main points.
Okay.
I was just hitting on the major beats here and there, the main notes of the show.
Okay. Well, definitely all constituent parts of the sum whole of the show.
Yeah,
I suppose.
the main percussion. Mhm.
Sorry.
The main percussion. The low notes, the high notes,
Right.
the whole orchestra of PUBG Mobile.
Spanning so many clefs. It's
Yes.
it's impossible to keep track sometimes. We've got 16 teams running about, all trying to do their own thing. Why can't they just, do the
Yeah,
same
man.
thing?
I
But
can't watch
actually-
16 teams at once.
Yeah,
It's almost impossible.
who's got time for that?
Almost. Because we do watch all 16 teams, and we keep up to date with all of them, making sure we know exactly what's going on. So you guys know exactly what's going on. So please let us know if you don't know what's going on, and I'll do my best to rectify that situation as soon as I can.
Dear blank, I somehow have logged out of my account to watch the stream. How do I fix this?
You know what? I will give a quick shout out to this sounds BM, but I believe it's Noob in the chat who sent through a fair few statistics. And I will say, I'm sorry, mate. I haven't quite had time to check it out just yet. But after today, I promise that I will. Because last time, I think you sent through some statistics and they were very, very useful. So I apologize. I have not got them pulled up for today. But I promise you, tomorrow I'll take a look at them. So again, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone watching in chat. And if you want to help by sending stats through, that's even better. It's not necessary by any means. But
No, that's
I
homework.
totally appreciate it. There's homework
That's
now.
homework.
Yeah, spreadsheets,
you
please.
have
Thank
to
you.
if you watch the stream, you have to by law submit at least one spreadsheet that has minimum 58 formulae inside. And it has to be to do with the game.
Okay. All right.
Just saying.
I mean, that came from your mouth.
If you haven't done
not
it,
from mine.
you need to leave.
No, don't
No,
say
you need
that.
to go away. You need to
No, because that will be probably all.
you
of
need to
our
hot drop
viewership
on
gone.
top of S2G and 3D Max.
That would be fun. I'd like that. I'd like that for sure. I think this is pretty much what we expected from ye olde Silas of yesteryear. 418 damage on average with 3 knockouts per game. Really good stuff from him. And you can tell that he was a former world champion, right? Back in day.
Yeah. Back in day.
Back in day, This guy pushed the boat out a couple of times.
Definitely did. He was the part of the
No,
S2G
you guys
roster.
are playing terribly.
Yeah, no. Stop laughing. Stop having fun. You can't be
You
having
guys-
fun and losing. That's not allowed.
You guys are not doing well. There will be no showboating.
Yeah.
No showboating until you return to the glory that was last week.
BEŞİKTAŞ, he's got his claws out. Certainly did
I mean, he
in that
can have
last
his
match.
claws out.
Absolutely.
They're doing well.
In that last match, they were able to clean house. They're now, third on the tables? It's nice. Good to see. Good to see. They don't look like they're getting ready to get into the game, though. Maybe they should do that.
No. Thank you. It literally picks up his earphones as soon as you say that.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got
that
a
sort of-
tangle.
I've got that sort of power. Oh, Chief Untangler, please.
I
Oh,
appreciate
no.
the way he's examining it, He's not just pulling at it.
You do that.
I don't, actually.
Are you
I
not a
used
headphone
to.
puller? Oh, you used to?
I
Okay.
used to be. I think when I was when I was in secondary school, when everyone had wired headphones.
Oh yeah.
I was a wire.
Do you ever do that thing where you like snake the headphone down your sleeve and like
Yes,
put it in?
all the
Do you
time.
know that's going to be a lost art with the advent of wireless headphones?
What? I mean, it already is.
Yeah,
It's gone.
I mean, you could
I don't
just
think it really exists
you could just have a
anymore.
wireless headphone in, cover it with your hair or a hat.
I feel like I should have held on to one of my wired headphones because they're kind of a
a
part of
relic.
a bygone era now.
They're good on aeroplanes.
They are a relic, a little bit relic. Yeah, everyone here is using them, so can't really say that.
That's yeah. I mean, there's still some benefit to it, and they are good on aeroplanes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Bring my own.
Don't need
every
no
time.
electricity. Keep them charged.
Absolutely. That is the
Charge
main worry.
themselves.
Mm.
Yeah, nothing worse than having no charger on your headphones. You got no one but yourself to blame either.
I'm generally quite good at charging my electronics. I feel like it's a very rare occurrence that I run out of battery. And it's a pretty rare occurrence to run out of battery with the INFINIX GT20 Pro as well. It'll see you safe through your gaming sessions, the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA.
Yeah, I'm a power bank guy now. Big time.
He's got
Big time
he's got
power
7
bank guy.
strapped to his chest like a bandolier.
God.
The
I can't
milliamp
imagine
hours
that
on
would-
this man are unbelievable.
Yeah, that would look. It wouldn't look good.
I don't- yeah.
It'd be not a good look for me.
I mean, it depends on the context.
It might cause some commotion.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But like, could be a look.
Could be a look. True.
Yeah, like it.
He was like a bandolier.
Yeah, that's what I said, like a bandolier.
Oh, like strapped across.
Yeah. Like diagonal.
I think I prefer like a Batman belt type of deal.
Ooh, like a
Power
utility
banks.
belt. Okay.
Utility power bank belt. Why has no one made that? It'd be pretty heavy though, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, your trousers might not stay up. Like,
But your phone would be charged.
absolutely. You'll be able to call someone to take you home. I think we've just had a remake on this lobby as well, by the looks of things. So we've got a little bit longer to talk about batteries pulling your trousers down.
Those dastardly batteries.
Oh dear. Maybe, like more of an accessory belt,
Just
right?
dekegging you.
Because if you're like wearing a dress, right? Like you use a belt to like tuck in the middle, subdivide the
I
two
don't
sections of
really
the body.
wear dresses very often.
Well,
but
if
yeah,
you ever
okay.
did, I'm just saying. It
I'm just
might
saying
be
very
more
often.
I like if you're
Alright.
if you're really keen on this milliamp hour belt,
Okay.
then maybe you need to start wearing dresses.
Maybe I do. I'm not sure I'm going to like change my whole wardrobe for more electricity though.
You're just not committed, are you?
I wouldn't mind wearing like a toga,
Ooh.
like a battery toga.
Ooh. Wait, what? The whole thing? Or is
Yeah,
it
it's just like
your charging
like
toga?
inlaid into the seams.
Your charging toga. I like it.
My charging toga. It's got like
Ooh.
lights
Ooh.
on it and stuff.
Oh, don't look at me like that. That's scary. Do you see that?
I did, yeah. It's a bit spooky. Why is this thing not light up yet?
Needs one of those blue light up rings on the back of the Infinix GT20 Pros.
Piotr, can we get the trophy to light up soon? Is that possible?
Oh, well, we can't get it to
okay.
light up, but we can get a power ranking video. Let's take a look at what
Oh.
these teams think of each other whilst we get this lobby started.
Gönül isterdi şu altlara altlara yapıştıralım ama.
Как ты думаешь, усилились разве?
Herkese merhaba. Bugün yanımda Pozer ile takımları sıralayacağız.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته معكم حسن صلاح من تيم هيرود.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم نايف الشيري من Team Hero.
Всем привет, с вами команда Team Spirit, и сегодня я, Анатолий Наоми, и
Влад Новый.
вместе мы составим overall ranking PMSL EMEA. Погнали!
FF'i direkt kafaya koyuyorum.
Koy.
Çok konuşmaya gerek yok.
Koy direkt kafaya.
Первая команда ГГшки, я думаю, очевидно,
Очевидно.
New Challenger.
نيو تشالنجر. BD تيم يلعبون مع بعض من زمان. قد طلعوا بطولات عالمية فأكيد عندهم خبرة عالية. فعشان كذا أنا اخترته.
Nigma Galaxy.
Bence tapkanlık değil onlar. Bir altı yani.
Ben de seni kırmıyorum.
Усилились еще игроком из Rejectов. Я бы их
Как ты
тогда-
думаешь, усилились разве?
Не, ну
Как
все равно
понял.
NIGMA это стабильно, знаешь, стабильная команда. Я вот это сам.
Bu eski SPG kadrosu. Williams. Bunları neye koyabiliriz?
3 çalışır.
Değil mi? Tam yere.
Yani tam onlar için yapılmış bir. Uci.
Koy direkt kafaya koy. Düşünme oğlum.
Bak arasına bile düşünme.
Spirit bunlar baş düşmanımız. Bunları gönül
En altta
isterdi. Gönül isterdi şu
şuraya
altlara
koyalım.
altlara yapıştıralım ama çok da şey yapmıyorum. Bence bunlar Rising Star ya. Değil mi?
Окей, let's go.
Нет, так можешь
Через верит.
Tom Gun seçebiliriz.
استرجي تيم تركي جدا أداء أسطوري.
Avrey. 3, 4, 3,5.
Dörde yapıştır. Nereye geldi? Nereye şu üste doğru koyabilirsen eğer.
Ama şimdi ben burada Türk'ün gücünü gördüm biraz.
Gösterelim oğlum ne olacak.
Hiç konuşmuyoruz.
Onu üste koy. Şu daha üstlere şimdi şuralara yapışıyorsa koy yapışıyorsa buralara koyalım.
Direkt burada.
Next is Suji. Новый капитан, новый игрок, который, по сути, не такой уж
Чём
опытный. Я бы даже вот так сделал бы.
Beşiktaş, VINCERE.
توب جانز اللي هو هيكون أفضل تيم بالبطولة. أول تيم هيروي.
Bende bu Onyx bunlar zaten biraz yanlışlıkla çıktı gibi. Ben vardı. Ben direkt koyuyorum şuraya çok düşünme.
Моя последняя команда, получается, Оникс остается. Ставку на них делать тоже не хочу.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Yani bizim düşüncelerimiz bu şekilde.
Все, на этом все. Это наш предик. Посмотрим, как окажется на самом деле.
Tekrardan izlediğiniz için teşekkür
Some opinions being thrown around there. Nice to see what they all think of each other moving into week number 2. We are going to be getting underway with our third Erangel of the day, moving on the plane path from Lipovka down to the west point of Sosnovka military base on the plane path. We have had some pretty interesting cuts. We've had that northeast cut, we've had the northwest cut, and now we've got the southeast cut.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of Arangles today, which is nice to see, you know. Having the toss-up here and there. See, again, it's weird. Seeing in the damage numbers that Lord and Coops are both second and third place. I do love Lufa as a player, but I loathe to say it, and I'm not going to say it.
I don't know what you're trying to not say is the thing.
I was going to say that maybe Lufa's dragging them down a little bit, but I feel like I've ripped on NIGMA Galaxy way too much today already. And I had a time on it last week as well.
Yeah, we did. We did give them a lot of lip last week.
Why would Coops do this?
In my defense, that was really funny.
Yeah, that was incredibly funny. And I enjoyed it. And I wish someone would make my meme for me, please.
Yes,
Please. But yeah, heading over towards Erangel. Eastern shift on the circle. So it really is. We're having the Erangel smorgasbord today. You have, well, it's a pretty rubbish smorgasbord. You have a choosing of 3 things. But yeah.
That's more of a
It's
charcuterie.
A selection.
Yeah.
You have a selection. It's not one or the other, but it's one of the 3.
Yeah. Oh, dear. It's like, you know, which ball is the cup under? It's the same thing.
Or which Pokemon do you want to start with? But technically
I don't think I could cover. I don't think we have enough time in the show to cover that.
That's like
discussion.
9 things though, right? Including evolutions.
That's kind of true, and it depends on generation as well.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. We really would be here all day.
Yeah, I know. So
Speaking of evolutions, looking at RCB right now, who have evolved from last week, or de-evolved and then re-evolved once again.
yeah, you can't get to evolve from after regressing. Like you can't.
Yeah, they de-leveled and then re-leveled.
It's like smurfing. It's like it doesn't. It's not. You know,
No.
you're just there. It's like, oh, I'm so fast at climbing the ladders. It's like, yeah, because you're playing it like a million ranks under where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, unacceptable behaviour. RCB officially smurfing day 1 only, and then trying to fool us all over on day 2 through 5. IW next Ruya, another team that hasn't really been able to do too much today. De-leveled also. Bit confused. by the IW NRX plays so far. I think Zedwolf has got clapped a couple of times and now isn't really playing at full potential. I mean, it's difficult not to say that a little bit of mental fortitude does come into these games, and after a pretty neck and neck week last week for IWNRX, I can sort of understand why they'd want a little bit of a chill day. However, it's only 3 weeks, right? So it's a bit of a sprint. 2 days off per week. You have to still just be on every single day. I think the way that Team Spirit is playing is very consistent. Difficult to stay ahead of the whole way through. You know, a second place into a first place into a second place is still going to put you on equal footing.
The competition for the top spot generally is heating way up. The Gladiators have managed to keep it up there by getting just loads of eliminations, which is doing nicely for them. I feel like that has really been their MO so far. This match, they've dropped out towards the Sosnovka military base for the Gladiators, so they are going to have to move back north of the river. Nobody went out to Georgiopol with the plane on the southeast side. No one took the time to do so, and I think that is fair enough. 3D Max were on board with them. It looks like they've been a little bit crunched. They've gone for drops around prison, around that mansion area, instead of hot dropping onto Yas 9.
Yeah, happy to see it. Again, I think 3D Max is probably suffering with having to switch things up so much today. Because I think that they came into this with game 1 and 2 with the idea of we're just going to keep doing what we've always done. And then it worked out. I think you guys at home probably also saw this coming, as did we. Worked out very badly. And I think they're having to shift things up as they go here. Because I think starting out with very little points on day 1 is really not going to assist them. So I think they want a little bit of a buffer here. I think they understand that they're not likely going to be in that top 8. But if they can get as close to it as possible before trying to reshuffle things tomorrow, that's probably a good idea for them. I'd say that's probably their best bet, honestly.
Try and pick the pace back up. First Limb going over to Twisted Minds, who are in 12th place. Look at that. There are 4 teams beneath them right now with that Limb.
Cracking job. Including IWNRX.
That's Nani. Kind of. The Sheffield Samurai cropping up here.
Yeah. Truly a Nani moment. I'm very confused myself. 2 points after 3 games. They have less than a point average per match. Isn't that shocking?
I'm so shocked.
My mouth is agape.
I am. My flabbers are gasted. 100%.
But it's pro also having a pretty bad time. See, this is the thing. It's like,
oh.
I'm not sure what's happened coming into week 2, but some of our better teams within the lobby have kind of missed the mark by quite a bit, allowing some other teams take precedence towards that top side. You know what? Speaking of, because I think you mentioned this earlier, and I thought it was a great point to bring up, is Gladiators, who are now focused on a more elimination style gameplay. And I think that's super interesting to take a closer look at, just because when you look at the players who are on that team, I mean, Frozen, Matic, AZ, and Tixie, they are much more elimination orientated players at the end of the day. And I think they were still trying to play that slow, methodical play style that seems to be a lot better on Team Spirit, where they post up and they are just accurate beasts, and then they send into compounds and remove players off. I think that Gladiators are trying to play more into the play style that we see from the Moneymakers, which is just taking fights and having confidence that they'll win them, because I think they have the players to do it. And a lot of times they're sort of putting themselves in these positions where they're not playing to their strengths at all. And I think after what they were able to perform on that East Island finish over on Miramar, although one of the funniest games we've had to date, did a world of wonders for their mental during that game.
Yeah.
All the cracks that started to appear were nicely glued back together.
A little bit of kintsugi.
Oh, with the gold.
Yeah, lacing the cracks with gold makes it stronger than before.
Yeah, because whatever doesn't break you makes you stronger.
I would argue that it's not the not breaking, it's the mending that makes you stronger. It's the healing that you do that forms the bonds of friendship that underlie the roots of the tree that is it. How's this metaphor going for you? For the roots of the tree that is the team.
Yeah, I like it.
Cool. Excellent.
It's good. Looking at our circle, though, IWNRX towards that center position.
Oh, up into the air. Gaith misses the roof, unfortunately. But maybe they think he's up there still, so they'll be worried. Might have heard these footsteps, though. And CEO later. Underarming, overarms. Here's him go back behind the lip there. Nice nade sent back in through the window, though. Now just got to burn them off the angles. Kelsey struggling to get back up.
Ragnar are taking some shots himself. Not finding anything. Razy burning away. S2G having a bit of a rough time of it here. Taking this position. Not quite being able to hold it. Gaith with a nade. Satan, I think he sniffs out the offending member here of S2G. Should have heard the footsteps a little bit. Yeah, making sure that when he steps up, isn't able to get some cheeky shots over towards the rest of his team. They open themselves up on the broadside. Satan hoping maybe spot that player.
Should be visible now. CEO later moves up, gives the game away, thinks about the buggy, but turns out he wants to pull the pin on the nade. Remember that high ground position. Hamzy G already cooking, and Falcons are going to roll straight on into this fight. S2G move across. Falcons ready to respond. They still have a player going out wide and maybe want to pull that one back to the rest of the team because there's a fight ensuing. Satan gets a lot of damage onto CEO later, who hops through the vehicle there, and the ankle's not quite getting tagged up. Happy feet from CEO later. Gets the first aid started, and Hamzy G finds Damar in the backlines in the meantime. First aid does go through. He's got control of the door frame. The first shots from the SK-12 start to ring out, but the spray from the rifle, the scar pulls him down, and CEO later flushed away.
CEO later done here. No expected the Falcons versus S2G matchup. Hamzy G trying to hold things together, but S2G all but done for here.
Has the spray on the door frame controlled. Hamzy wants the drop shot spin, but it's not quite quick enough. And Falcons will take down S2G, who have been on a solid match today, a solid set of games. They are not going to go much further in this match. 1 point only, eliminated in 16th place. 3D Max have a scrap of their own against Na'Vi over near the lumberyard. Oh, okay. First shot from Robs. DBS at range. Sees another. Trying to get away from him, but when Robs is on your tail with a DBS, there is very little that is going to stop him. He's on the charge. Call him the DBS Juggernaut. It's only range that can take him down, and it's Corker to do so.
Robs does hit the deck, but not before dealing heavy damage over towards him. Na'Vi sent away here. Virtus Pro, a couple of shots from 3D Max earlier. I'm hoping to get a bit of revenge. Making their lives difficult as they try and bring things back into the fold here. So many teams around this location. IWNRX takes some shots over towards RCB and will flush out Kiss. strong spot that RCB were able to pick up as well, and it's unfortunate losing a player here. Potentially would have been able to have a good game off the back of that. 3 players still possible, but now this opens the door a little bit for IWNRX for a late game crash if the circle continues to close over on that side, John.
Could be valuable. Finding those is always good news. NIGMA Galaxy on the north of it as well, with a decent spread around some quite powerful areas. Have a chance to transition down to the hills north of Farm, should they want to, but Power are there. Gladiators as well. Gladiators have lost a player through the course of their rotations, haven't managed to get an answer for it either. But this is a hard shift out to the east side. It's going to put FLUX in a pretty decent location, and again, BEŞİKTAŞ.
Yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ happy with this. Nice little compound for them. Is a little bit on the side of the valley here. So if BEŞİKTAŞ ever have to leave this compound, might be a bit difficult for them. You know that they're going to be the first targets on a lot of players' lists. Great grenade over the top from Storm, though.
Yeah, 2-piece from the team. Foot KAOS. Satan behind the buggy. Wants to hold his teammate down and safe, but it's not going to work out. The buggy slips away from him, but he's already knocked in the air. There is a backline from Gate, but they're just going to give that one away. There's no chance that you can contest that, unfortunately. He'll have to go alone.
All by himself as IWNRX looking to play a little bit more how they were last week, holding out on the edges here and then slowly working their way in after finding pretty profitable position early on. But more teams than I would have expected at this point of the game in stage 4. It's Twisted Minds take on the Gladiators. That's just 2 players now, John. 15 teams still in.
Twisted Minds on the south side have had a pretty decent position to be getting on with. They've got a little bit to play with just northwest of Milta, playing on the outskirts on the north edge and up towards some of the hills around that area. Gladiators were trying to cause trouble, but that was locked down fairly fast. 2 players now left for the Gladiators still down on that southeast side. Moneymakers playing in from the southwest, trying to move past Brute Force. Twisted Minds have a third-party angle on it. No one from Moneymakers is down yet, but they have a fight on their cards. They're moving out to Twisted Minds instead.
Ooh. Good starting off grenade there from Koa. A long distance as well. Bouncing all into the building. Ensuring that can't really escape off the back of this one. Dami is down. Okay, that's mean. Tried to shove him back towards the rest of his team, but not likely to help here. Vehicle completely burnt out. No wheels on it. Will have to jump in towards his buddy's vehicle. Jafar in the distance hopes to provide cover.
Moneymakers taking control of the checkpoint there. Quite convincingly so. Now they can just turn their attention backwards, but maybe not fast enough. 2 players have gone down. A chance to re-engage with Twisted Minds, but I don't think they're going to be seen here anytime soon. They've already had to tuck their tail. Down to 3 players they are, but Moneymakers get inside. They will be able to recuperate.
Moneymakers, they'll be happy about this one. Getting a little position on the southern edge is so important. Rob's up to 600 damage on the game here. Not bad at all. But a difficult path ahead of them. With Foot KAOS over towards that eastern side. In their way, John. So they're going to try and push down towards the south. NIGMA Galaxy just down to their 2-star players in Coops and Lord right now. But for how long is the real question. Coops has to mutually evacuate. Some good spray through the smoke here as Kine sniffs out his position.
Ooh, Coops does go down in the smoke there, in the cover. Don't think Virtus.pro are going to push out for it, but this might allow IWNRX to start to move on through. With all 4 players alive, they need to figure out a crash here. You said that RCB weakened might give them an opportunity, but the issue is now the circle is small enough, it's not really going to matter. 3D Max want their challenge against Foot KAOS here. Player popping out of the monster truck will be the last to fall. 3D Max have 8 eliminations here, Blank, and they are playing quite far out on the eastern side, but all 4 players still alive. There is a shot from this east edge.
Yeah, very clean team wipe there from 3D Max, but yeah, a lot longer to go for them. I think next on the list, probably over towards Virtus Pro, who they know are weakened. FLUX took that position over towards the western side. They're playing alongside with Twisted Minds. This is definitely a fight that another team could get involved with. A lot of nades down towards the bottom floor. Not too much work being done there. But a fair few more grenades available for FLUX as Lux heads in. Reveals the location of at least some of them.
Jafar steps on a nade. Some of him on the ceiling there. After that nade took him all the way up. Gladiators trying to move in, but there's a knockout that way, but they're preoccupied with the fight. No real chance that they can go for the flush right now. Maybe Power on the off angle. Lux still on that close position, trying to hold off Never Alone, doing so successfully so far. Twisted Minds, really not looking in good shape here. In through the window, Lux thinks he might be in the corner, but no, he's over in the kitchen. And he will be taken down nonetheless.
Twisted Minds out, and FLUX pretty decent fight over towards that side of the map. Dealing with players over on Twisted Minds. 3D Max take a little bit of punishment as they head down towards the eastern side. And Power will remove the Gladiators. There's this fight from Robs earlier on versus Na'Vi. And they're running away from him like he was some kind of demon.
I mean...
And he certainly has been on this team.
He had a teammate to his back right as well who was spraying down that buggy pretty furiously, which is probably mostly what they were running from there. But as soon as you see Robs, you hear that thud, the thunder of the DBS, then you're not going to be too happy about your situation. You try and make the most of it, but often the most of it is a nice clean box dropped at your feet after you're dead.
3D Max make a good decision to head down towards the south side. 2-2 split as well to hold out the teams coming through from farm. I like this play actually. Ooh. Though we have seen a few times when 3D Max does a split like this, they are a bit hesitant to regroup quickly enough and players start to lose their lives. Now Valo moves up towards that eastern edge, potentially to keep tabs over towards BEŞİKTAŞ, Lord, and Virtus Pro.
Playing around those ridge features can be pretty useful to have an east side foothold. Even more so. Moneymakers completely seen right now. Unlikely that they can do anything other than just try and survive. Unless they can get some miraculous pickoffs, especially to their south edge. But Brute Force are going to have to move. Moneymakers won't.
Brute Force.
They're going.
Over towards Moneymakers, and yeah, they're going in. Nelson, first appearance today for the Brute Force. With a beautiful nade, explodes in his face. We'll take him down. Old boy in the front liner here. A man that takes the bullets, takes the scratches, so the rest of his team can play on.
Only one of Brute Force now remains. Dropping the smokes out. He might have given them the slip here. Old boy thinks he's out there. Maybe a chance for Prepod to do something. In come IWNRX, actually tearing apart a couple of players as they go. Might have been helped out by Power and off angle from Moneymakers potentially, but with 3 players, they're up to the window and Lux nearly goes down. Frozen's there for the 1-2 punch. They didn't realize, but there was already players on the bottom floor. Swain still on the outside. The nades from FLUX do not find an answer, and IWNRX make a crash with 3 successfully.
God damn, that was a nice little play. IWNRX make their way in. First time in a while we've seen them get towards an endgame like this. 6 eliminations too. It's a good showing from them. 3 players though versus the 3 from FLUX here. Sort of a weird standoff as well between FLUX, the team that a lot of people had assumed would be heading up towards the top of the tables, and IWNRX that people certainly had their eyes on, but didn't expect this kind of performance from.
Solke crawling forwards, has an aid in hand. Swain cooking one as well. Puts the pin back in. Solke trying to make as little noise as possible. Catch. Oh, I think they know he's up on the roof. And Solke finds the player playing out back, perfectly snaking his way on up. And IWNRX could be left wondering what just happened there. Frozen trying to stop the approach, but FLUX have already managed to make it. Solke wants to back up Soulless, who's dancing around, but good for one. The head is found with the DBS and the flush as well. Frozen once more. He pushes down the stairs. FLUX falter. Solke playing on the downstairs will not be able to get up through the fire now.
Frozen sends a nade in. It's great. Takes down all of them. And IWNRX successfully clear out the building, but unsuccessfully get all their players through it. Despite that, 10 eliminations with 6 teams remaining. It's a great result from them.
They've still got further to go up on that high ground. Gonna have to make a little bit of a run here. Nade downhill, just a little bit short. Frozen still has some more, and I'm sure he's got plenty of supplies now for 2 teams worth of crates there. Maybe more as well. Rob's just about tags onto Easy. There from Power goes down, making Frozen's life a little bit harder. 3D Max lose a player to Fidan. As Power wants a little bit of revenge, but BEŞİKTAŞ wants to cover the cross. Not allowed to do so. The tree still giving cover. Nade goes short.
Power holding on. Moneymakers have been very resilient in this position, John. It's been good for them, but there's only so long that Power can remain in this position. Moneymakers also have to leave. 3D Max has been holding a good split for a long time now, but honestly, I think Narvalo gets a little bit too close here and is punished because of it. A good little nade will hit him hard.
Oh! Goodness me, double spray down from Easy behind the tree, peeks out and brutalizes Moneymakers as they try and make their approach. 3D Max are going to be happy about that, leaving just Old Boy waiting in the wings. BEŞİKTAŞ as well, still with 3 players going. Going to have to try and get something done here. Toshpik will move closer to those tree lines as Moneymakers go down fully. 5 teams now, Easy on the outside track, ruining the Moneymakers' day.
Yeah, did not expect that coming through from Easy. Goodness me. Great stuff from them. And Power just got themselves out from a situation that looked extremely dire. Will finally go down. 3D Max unable to close out this game. I just don't think there was any reason to send that far up towards BEŞİKTAŞ that early on. They were going to be forced out that building. I mentioned earlier how the run out is not ideal. And Narvalo scouting it, not necessary. You know there's a team going to be playing up there eventually. Now it's all up to SnowX on his lonesome down towards the south side. Lord is on the backside here, though. Could create a spoiler. Has eyes on towards one of them. Oh my god, this could be huge.
He's biding his time. He wants a little bit more impact. I feel like it's smart. NIGMA Galaxy, there he goes. Kakali hops up. He knew as soon as that smoke came out that he was going for that roof vault. Wait for that spray down. Find value. Drops a nade to stop an immediate roll up. Has another one as well. Looks to go long around the corner. Perfect. Right on through. Tospik repositions and the cook wasn't quite long enough. That could have been brilliant. There's another one as well. Nice and brutal coming through from Lord, but the nades are just going to find their way into this door. Lord has sidestepped them though. SnowX might have the angle. Nade goes out wide from Tospik.
Lord looking out towards the other players.
Frozen
in the circle. Frozen moves up towards SnowX. Wonder if he saw him or not. Stops the vehicle. Could have been a timing there.
That should
SnowX.
be Lord down. 3 teams. SnowX hops out, but Frozen will be put back on ice. BEŞİKTAŞ looking good in a 2 versus 1 right now. This is a team that's just coming off 1 chicken dinner, blank. They're going to have a pretty decent set of games here. SnowX, though, might have something to say about it because 3D Max have been on a bit of a roar themselves these last few matches, or these last few rounds either. Even. Spray for one. Snowix. But the nade is there for Dospik. It was already in the air. His fate was already sealed. And 2 back-to-back for BEŞİKTAŞ.
That's an unfortunate ending there for Snowix. Getting the initial knock. If he took some damage, he had a med kit to get the full heal. But BEŞİKTAŞ have had a hell of a day today. Again, should have really been 3D Max's game. Got a little bit antsy towards the end there, though, which seems to be a reoccurring trend, John.
Yeah, could have been maybe a little bit more value out of that, but they got a lot of eliminations, as did IWNRX on that match, right? Some really high-value games in 2, I would say, quite important positions. BEŞİKTAŞ, that will see them sat towards the top of the tables, and for 3D Max, that will be a great confidence boost across the board, not to mention IWNRX as well. Just a little bit of return to form there. Most eliminations coming through from Frozen, who did survive and earn a lot of placement points for the roster.
Yeah, absolutely so. Frozen did well. So Snowix get towards the end there. Lord from NIGMA Galaxy. Nice game from him. Really waited for his moment to pop off. BEŞİKTAŞ, 18 points. 3D Max, 18 points. And IWNRX with the 16. Pretty equal, in terms towards that top of the leaderboard.
Very, very even indeed, and all 3 will be chuffed to bits with that. NIGMA Galaxy getting in quite late. Lord was able to scrabble that extra point off Kakali, but not much more than that. Moneymaker's Day ruined by Easy from Power Esports there. We saw a double spray down on an angle that they really, by all rights, should have been covering off. They should not have happened.
No, they absolutely should not have happened. Despite that, they still go through a lot of engagements during this game. Were really brute force though, John. Honestly, like even the Twisted Minds and FLUX position into IWNRX. Again, BEŞİKTAŞ picks a nice spot within the circle, and they're able to maintain it, which seems to be a difficulty for some other teams to do. And I think that we're starting to see that it's not as simple as just finding a position within the zone. It's also finding position within the zone at the same time as holding onto that position smartly, because we just aren't seeing that with some other teams who just literally get a strong compound, sit there, don't do anything with that position, and then go out later on because they haven't established control over the area they're in.
Yeah, it's definitely necessary to keep your eyes on the swivel. Make sure you are controlling the ground. 3D Max, they were on a little bit of a wide split, but they did a lot of damage to this lobby. 12 eliminations, 2.6k damage overall. IWNRX, similarly, demon-like in their pursuits, but from different sides of the circle this time around. BEŞİKTAŞ winning with 3. They'll take that, and that will see them pretty happily up towards that first place spot, jumping over RCB on 0 points this match.
Yeah, man, it's kind of crazy, honestly, the kind of teams that are popping up today. I didn't expect it. I'm sure a lot of people at home didn't expect it, but getting to see some new faces, some new teams rule the day is great to see. I think NIGMA Galaxy still has been fairly consistent despite, not always getting towards this end game, John. There's definitely a change of pace for them, but I think that is also reminiscent of everyone else within this lobby.
Yeah, it feels like there has been quite a distinct change from last week. Teams have started to potentially change this game and how it flows a little bit, and teams seem very unfamiliar all of a sudden with just how everything is going on at those levels. So teams will need to adapt. We'll see if they're able to do so after the break.
Ortayı da Avrupalılar sergiler diye düşünüyorum. Çünkü Avrupalılar stabil bir takım. Fight'ta değiller, rotasyonda değiller. Stabil yani. Onlara çok yorum yapmayacağım.
En kötü performansı da Araplar gösterir diye düşünüyorum.
O sürpriz yapacak takım.
Bence Beşiktaş.
Bence de
Beşiktaş ve 3D Max.
Bence Beşiktaş ve 3D Max sürpriz yapar.
3D Max mi? İkisi de var ya, bir şey olmaz. Ben ikisi de yaşamaz. Ben size harbi şeyim yapıyorum.
Lan sus sen konuşma.
Hospital tek yumruk gelince bir yere.
Düşünüyorum şu an.
Hadi oğlum ya.
Gaming Gladiators. Bunlar sürpriz yapacaklar.
Oğlum adamlar zaten underdog değil. Adam sadece diyor ki underdog. Sen Gaming Gladiators şampiyon olsa sen şaşırır mısın? Ben şaşırmam şahsen.
Ben şaşırırım.
Ben şaşırmam ama adamlar iyi çünkü yani. Ama mesela Beşiktaş şampiyon olsun mesela sürpriz olur. Şaşırırım yani.
Buna ben de şaşırdım. Ama potansiyeli olur.
Potansiyel var. Abi her takımda var zaten.
Bir yerde kalsın.
Her takımda var.
Görüşürüz finalde.
Kaç bire girer? Top kaça girersin Frank'te?
Duruma göre ya. Şimdi yani önemli olan final de önemli de yani o stability'yi korumak önemli yani bu ligde.
Bir de şimdi telefonları da hiç oynamadık. Bir oynayalım, bir görelim. Ona göre şey alırız.
Adaptasyon sıkıntı çekmeyiz çok fazla.
Çekmeyiz.
Daha fazla çekecek takımlar var. En
Bence de
azından
abi.
bizim tecrübemiz var.
Evet evet. Biz bir de yaparız ya. Doğru analizlerle falan bir de main fight'larını halledersek kolay olur bizim için. Bakalım göreceğiz.
Lige güzel başlayıp devamında analizlerle
Aynen
finalde de
öyle.
güzel
İnşallah.
performans. İnşallah ilk üç.
İnşallah abi.
Silas elinde pompalıyla beraber 2'ye 1 oynamak zorunda. İlk rakibi keçi düşürmeyi başarıyor. Bakalım skor garantisine mi yönelecek? Ve skor garantisi için deneme atışları var. O bölgede takım arkadaşı da arka tarafta. Storm pozisyonu hala bulabilmiş değil. Flux'u da düşürüyor galiba. Silas.
Bence Türkiye bölgesinden bir takımın kazanacağını düşünüyorum. En kötü performansı da Araplar gösterir diye düşünüyorum.
Bir tek oradan da NIGMA Galaxy beğeniyorum. Yani fight power ve rotasyon anlamında bir tek onlar üstün. Harici öteki Arapları ben çok iyi bulmuyorum. Ortayı da Avrupalılar sergiler diye düşünüyorum. Çünkü Avrupalılar stabil bir takım. Fight'ta değiller, rotasyonda değiller. Stabil yani. Onlara çok yorum yapmayacağım.
Biz PMSL'ye çok çalıştığımız için ve çok istikrarlı olduğumuz için kazanacağız.
We are, of course, going to get underway very soon with some more PUBG Mobile. I think we've got our first Miramar coming up very shortly. I'm John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be taking you over to the desert.
Yes, we are. Just 2 more games today. Miramar, both of them. And we're heading into the game very shortly, I'd imagine. Obviously, Miramar's on the final day of week 1. We're a little bit crazy. Hopefully, we'll move away from some of the madness here. Got Snowx on your screen. Doing a great job for the team so far, honestly. Really happy to see him playing. Get the love heart from him as well, which is nice to see. Rob's repping the 3D Max. But yeah, that was a good game from him last match. A little bit of a mistake there towards the end as they tried to unleash the beast a little bit too hard with Monster Energy, our official sponsor for the PMSL EMEA at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. I think I made a mistake in there.
Yeah, that was
better next time.
Not the cleanest on the speed there, unfortunately, but maybe you just haven't had your monster yet. Maybe you'll need that to clean yourself up on the next one. But we're going into Miramar here. We've seen a potentially faltering adjustment to a new week for a lot of these teams starting out today. And it's going to be interesting to see if the sort of redeveloped dynamic over that break, over that study break for these teams will continue to have an impact. Because right now, I think that we've got some quite surprising teams up towards the top of the tables. BEŞİKTAŞ, I don't think we would have expected them to be sat near the top at the end of the first day. Gladiators as well. I think if I'd have said that maybe 4 months ago, I'd have been laughed at. But here we are, the Gladiators, surprised to see them near the top of the tables. And also 3D Max, right, after their first week. So interesting dynamics starting to unfold.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's certainly a bit of an interesting one at the moment. I mean, BEŞİKTAŞ being in first place too, not something that I would have expected here. But the Gladiators definitely trying to play more into this elimination-heavy play style. Only 37 points, so they have 37 points at the start of last game and came out with 37 points. They're just looking for those big money games at the moment. We need a little bit of that middle ground also been shown for us. Southwest up towards the northeastern Torre Armada. Pretty basic circle. Basic playing path, sorry, here for us. Nothing too extraordinary so far.
Twisted Mind's doing something fairly interesting, dropping out around Minas del Sur, and they will be looting across that island that we know all too well, I think, at this stage. It's been pretty crazy. A couple of island circles on Miramar over the last few that are in my core memories right now. Na'Vi split around Baía de Mar, and that's their standard area. Moneymakers gonna grab some vehicles, head over to Puerto Paraiso. 3D Max and S2G, are they going to the same place?
Wait and find out. Looks like 3D Max is going to go a little bit further. Usually drop over towards this north end of Power Grid. They're going very far here. Trying to stay out of S2G's way. Most teams get themselves into position. RCB heading over towards Minas Gerais around La Bandita. Circle down towards the southeast in Puerto Paraiso. The Moneymakers a little bit upset, but I imagine the vehicles they've got right now, if I was them, I'd just head all the way towards Puerto Paraiso. Considering this is their drop spot, I can assume that no one's going to get that too early on here. And FLUX take up residence in Team Spirit's position around Chumacera.
RCB still in the air with Silas and Wild still floating their way on by. La Bandita finally jumped on by Silas. Wild probably going to fall off in Minas Gerais. I think his teammate was there as well. Now it's just IW Next Ruya heading out to El Azahar, and they'll play along that east coast, trying to play in from the north side of this next circle. S2G and 3D Max don't drop on top of each other, but they're pretty close by. So there could still be a little bit of argy-bargy on their cards in the future. Nobody stepping too far out of their own jurisdiction, though, at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you also have S2G posting up in an interesting way right now, where it's looking down towards 3D Max's position. So possibly a little bit frightening for them here. I don't know how long S2G is going to hold on to this spot, but it does look like Moneymakers are heading over towards Puerto Paraíso nice and early. Makes sense. Potentially some other teams might want to head up towards Impala, also another location that's completely open, very accessible at this point in time. I mean, if you are Moneymakers, you head over towards Puerto Paraíso. It's down underneath that lip right. Even if you do make a quick rotate in Enigma Galaxy, you could probably get past Puerto Paraíso, even on the road, with no casualties. Yeah, curious that no one heads out that far just yet.
Yeah, no immediate movers. A little bit of distance to cover, and it seems like teams are favoring getting looted before the move today on Miramar, being one of the bigger maps. You'd imagine that it might be the other way around, but they're worried that everybody else is going to do that and there won't be any loot left on the other end, I suppose. Could potentially be weighing on their minds. But time is being invested by all of these teams. Nice little hop over there from Ado. The vault, the jump into the buggy. Doesn't get any full damage. Very clean. Very clean.
Oh boy. Traveling by the sky at the moment. Or finding himself a vehicle.
Smooth landing.
Clean-ish. Let's put it that way. I've seen worse landings.
There's fewer than a dozen spare parts now littering that road, so it's pretty clean.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, we'll wait until Zone 2. We do get a little bit more hectic on that shift on the circle. Yeah, most teams just looting right now. Nothing too crazy happening. Other than the leaderboards right now, which I think we've discussed in depth so far.
I think there's a few teams that are sat around the middle, and it is only 4 matches in, which means only 4 teams obviously have managed to accrue a chicken dinner. We've still got quite a few left to play this week. Each of these teams playing in 24 matches, which is 6 times 4. Every team playing in 4 days of games. So they've still got quite a big chunk of their games left to play. And in general, the way that the table looks at the end of day 1 is very dissimilar. It's very different from how it will end up looking as well. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to have that early lead. It can help, obviously, and in fact often does, but very much not representative until we've had a couple more games under our belts, because over the past 2 games, BEŞİKTAŞ have had the circle moved in favor of them now quite a lot, and they've been able to get 47 points out of their games today so far, but I don't know how consistent that can be unless they keep making some really strong rotations to solid spots and get that circle position.
Yeah, I think so far it has been a little bit, I wouldn't say false positive, but for BEŞİKTAŞ, they look a lot better because they have taken some decent spots within the circle, and now multiple times the circle has reorientated itself to the point where they're in the center. But I still think that you could say that that's a good play, decent play from BEŞİKTAŞ so far, because they are taking compounds, they are taking positions within the circle that have a high likelihood of having a game-winning position, and no one else seems to want to do it other than RCB so far. And I think that there is this split between BEŞİKTAŞ and RCB today, and it's kind of mirrored in those overall leaderboards right now, with RCB just 6 points behind, where they're taking the percentage play, right? Where, you know, if it heads up towards the north, RCB takes the game. It heads down towards the south, BEŞİKTAŞ takes the game. And because we have this weird situation where there are so many teams in the lobby that are comfortable playing edge, there is so much space towards the center of the lobby that is becoming really free. Initial knockoff here, the very first one of the game from S2G, but immediately refragged here into another from Hamzy G.
Kalsi and Hamzi holding the line for S2G. Gaith wants to put the nade over forwards, but doesn't quite find it. Has the DBS waiting for Hamzi to crest the ridge line. Doesn't miss, doesn't hit with the first one, and the second one is good, but it's not going to do enough here. Satan wants to flush onto Razy. He isn't going to quite tag with that nade fully. CEO later still there for the contest to keep Razy safe. If he can do so, he can get this res, but so far, he hasn't managed to display Satan. Gets burnt away, dips back behind the door, shimmies across. Can the rest of the team roll in? They have the angles, and Satan goes down. Pick Razy up, players 4.
Really, really good comeback there from S2G, despite taking the first initial knock. A lot of that goes over towards Hamzi G, who is playing it very quickly over towards that top side. It's the best thing you can do, really, if you're playing the UMP versus the DBS, right, is just try and spray these shots over towards them, because they have one shot at a time. Albeit the DBS fires pretty quickly, you can sort of lay down that suppressing fire over towards them, which makes their step up a little bit more awkward, right? And you even get the kickback from receiving those bullets. So I think that S2G plays that well, and Hamzi G plays a very significant role in that fight just by being confident with the UMP, which is what you have to do when you're coming up against a DBS or in close range with other players. Circle looks very confident in heading over towards Los Leones, so potentially we're having ourselves a bit of an urban finish here, John.
Yeah, we've got a couple of hillsides to really think about around this area. It is centered on Los Leones, but there's still a lot of ground around there, which is going to be very valuable. The hills to the north, to the southeast, and to the south, all very, very valuable positions to try and hold. A lot of teams still yet to move in as well, which means you can have oversight on everybody trying to make their way through the construction work in Los Leones. Looks like 3D Max have managed to get a foothold. So Virtus Pro, so of Power. Everybody looking to get a little bit more urban with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams heading towards Los Leones because, you know, even if this heads out, you want a pretty dominant position towards the circle and it looks so dead set on heading in towards Los Leones. Here's this replay. This is such a lovely use of terrain around his position as well. Working around it very comfortably. And a very strong play over towards Gaith.
Really nice to see S2G on their resurgence. Their play today has been pretty fine. 1 or 2 missteps. I think last match wasn't the greatest for them, but they're still up there now on 30 points, so very much in the conversation right now, near the podium. But they did start out strong last week, I believe, and didn't quite back it up. Brute Force found an opener towards Na'Vi, and 6 not looking too hopeful for getting back up here, as Neos is going to take control of this warehouse, become the foreman, and Brute Force will look to try and churn out plenty of bullets for anyone who wants to step towards it, because FLUX might be poking their noses in as well.
Yeah, Brute Force down towards the south side, and FLUX has been pretty good today when it comes to identifying weak spots around the circle and then using them to sort of leapfrog their way in. Luckily, Prepods on the ball.
Nade
over the top. Or Power. And Fadan will pick up that elimination away from.
Ooh, that is a decent little pickup there. Brute Force did all the work. You'll take those. Power playing on the west side of Los Leones right now. Looks like they've gone all the way up to some very, very tall building tops there to get some advantage over players making their moves through these streets whilst they still can. The shift down to the southeast on the circle pops out, and now it's teams like Virtus Pro and NIGMA Galaxy in pretty decent positions to be getting on with. I think everybody on the southeast side is going to have a real rough time. RCB, though, want to challenge for Virtus Pro's high ground.
Yeah, really awkward circle, actually. Beşiktaş spots out. Old boy desperately trying to get back in towards the building. Not likely to be, as Beşiktaş is able to spot him out. Tospic. Can't quite finish him off, though. But Icy's going to have a bit of trouble picking him back up again, understanding that Beşiktaş is in the wings. They can clear out one. much easier time of finding a new spot within the circle, a little bit more preferable to themselves.
Here goes the run-up. BEŞİKTAŞ looking to get a full flank here. Virtus.pro can't stop this from rolling on up. Not just yet. Nade in through the window. 3 players from Moneymakers as BEŞİKTAŞ moves in to try and support from the high ground. He has got a pretty decent angle, but he's going to be exposed in the meantime as well. Needs to be careful of Virtus.pro. Nades pouring on through. No knocks just yet. BEŞİKTAŞ might get one here. Poser just fades enough damage to stay up, and the nade keeps cooking. In through the window, and Old Boy dodges another. Icy on the top floor, staying quite quiet here. Skakali rolls on in. Old Boy hops out, spotted, but he's not going to take any damage. Hops back in through the window. Good spray down onto Kakali, but it's not good enough. As Old Boy finally gets flushed away. The backline for BEŞİKTAŞ has been taken down. Tospic isn't there, but Icy's on his own on the inside. Lovely nade onto Kakali, though, and that's going to even the odds.
Totally surprising he got back up the stairs there. Essentially gave him broadside view of himself. Shot from Poser, but yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ, this has not gone at all how they would have envisioned it.
Uh-oh.
A horrid nade from Poser as well.
Thought that was going to go off right in his face. Icy spotted through the windows, and this is the high ground. IWNRX moving in now for a third party. This is the position that BEŞİKTAŞ assaulted from in the first place. Poser finds BEŞİKTAŞ, and is the last player standing for BEŞİKTAŞ against the Moneymakers. As IWNRX have swarmed around the area. You've also got Regnum Kayabra Esports putting feelers out in this direction. It's got to feel pretty crummy to have held this position, to just have so many teams decide it's not your day.
Yeah, I think so many squads wanting to hold down towards the southeast side, so it's become a real focal spot on the map. The next circle doesn't shift too much, and it's away from Los Leones, so a lot of teams getting cut out of what they thought was a really good possibility for them.
Spray from IC in the conclusion. Finally comes through. Poser for BEŞİKTAŞ, able to take down the Moneymakers. But they've lost 3. And with that, immediately IWNX3 are like, right, well, we're going to have to move across at some point. Might as well do it now. Before he's regained full power. Kine up the stairs. They know there's a distinct lack of nade. Spray, check the corner, check the bed. Gets one knock, but will be stopped there. So both teams going down fully. No angles to worry about right now, and Kine can get a clean res.
Yeah, good patience from IWNRX. They really did wait this fight out for a long, long while. Gave both teams in this situation full sense of security, and then able to capitalize on top of it. Virtus.pro have been fairly slow on this one. Good shots from Kiss here, but not quite good enough.
IWNRX. Just on the edge of the circle, the Gladiators. Haven't really seen too much from them so far this map, but they've been on the warpath today. It looks like they might be in for more. Zedwolf cooking a nade. I think he knows someone's behind the rock. Is it going to be good? Not quite taking the damage. Goes for the car instead. AZ launching response. Virtus.pro with the high ground angle. Zedwolf doesn't dodge all of that damage. And more nades start to pour in. Gladiator is looking to try and get ahead. Get onto that high ground, but it's been treacherous for anyone else who stepped up. Matic finds Zedwolf. And they can't quite get in for a pickup here. IWNRX, I don't think they... Yeah, they're definitely not going to be able to get Zedwolf back up. Kine may be able to get something in response with a nade. If it's well placed, could find Tixie and AZ if they're not careful. That looks all right, but it's just short of the ridge.
Very close though, right? Goodness me. Yeah, Gladiator's got a tough road ahead of them here to get in. There's a lot of teams towards the center of this circle right now who've just had super easy pickings. Brute force, power, 3D max, barely have to do anything all this game. Really all the attention has been down towards the southeast side. It's where the majority of teams have gone down. And already stage 4 down to 12 teams. Quite a lot of players already been cut out of this stage.
Gladiators swimming down south now in the vehicles, using that cover. RCB trying to fend them off at this stage. Kiss on the ridgeline with the UMP. Close range, nades cooking for both of the two rosters. Silas wants the high ground. IWNRX not quite with vision on this. Neither did NIGMA Galaxy. The challenge is out and frozen. Finds an opener towards Kiss. Silas not able to get a re-knock, get a refrag there. Hidden behind that headland, and you can see Wild is nowhere to be seen on this fight. It is just Silas for the Gladiators to worry about. Next circle just about to come through.
Next circle. Here it heads off to really this western side of the map fully cut off, but we're heading back up towards Los Leones here. And this really does make things awkward for a lot of team. Sure whether they want to head in towards Los Leones on the edge here. You don't want to head too far in because you want to create space for yourself, but then again, there is not a lot of space inside this circle. Getting caught out down towards the silos is unideal.
Ooh, just a little bit too late for Tixie to spot Silas, but there's an off angle. Frozen, AZ, everybody turns their attention out that way. The Gladiators still have IWNRX on their northeast to worry about, but they managed to clean out RCB. In the meantime, Kind moving up to Lords. Turns tail. Runs back. Swain in the distance, trying to anchor, but is going to be trapped out by the blue fairly soon. It's moving in and quite quickly. Kind dodging the bullets from Coops, but the vehicle didn't. It's getting very, very low on that health bar. Need to be careful. Ooh.
Takes a bit of punishment there. Nice shot, though. Will pop kind of a nade over the top. Keeps running back off this one. Lord and Coop attempt to hold things down. Lord's in a terrible location, but good response there from Lufa to keep him up. Get the drag on. He's going back and forth here, but you can imagine there's more and more to do. Last player from IWNRX. We gotta still have 3 players here.
Might be able to get that res.
Both teams at the same time, John.
Pretty effective stuff. Gladiators have moved down in the meantime over towards the Twisted Minds position on the south. And they'll be pretty happy if they can take that position away from Twisted Minds. Play on that southeast side. A really valuable position to try and control on the south of Los Leones. Would be really nice to have that within their possession. To be able to control the hilltop as well. You can see the nades going back and forth in your picture-in-picture on your bottom right. NIGMA Galaxy, in the meantime, have managed to get all 3 of their players up, live and kicking. Same cannot be said for IWNRX.
No, not at all. IWNRX are in a real struggle bus moment. Swain attempts to make his way through. NIGMA Galaxy dashing this way and that, and now we're heading back over in towards this engagement between the Gladiators and Twisted Minds. Great molly out the window.
Not so great from Dami, actually burns himself. Nade from Yusuf, onto Tixie, goes for the spray, 1-for-1, thirsting Tixie. Does get knocked in response, but the rest of his team are standing tall right now against Twisted Minds. Dami at a distance can't quite hold the angle for Yusuf. Tixie should be safe. No, maybe not. He has been spotted. A little bit bold with that. The smoke is there, but there's an off angle. AZ goes down, and Virtus Pro have an angle onto Gladiators. This is really unfortunate timing coming through for the Gladiators. Yusuf able to get away with the cover of the door as 2 of the Gladiators have fallen down in a really unfortunate turn of events.
Goodness me, yeah. That's the benefit of that position from Virtus Pro. It has really good sightlines all over the place. 3D Max moves a little bit further down towards that south side. Again, not much to be said about a lot of these teams on the northwest of the map. Just haven't really had to do anything throughout this entire game. Just most of the teams down towards the southeast, which was so open for so long. I mean, we saw Moneymakers head down here, Gladiators, Twisted Minds, NIGMA Galaxy even had their shouts in, but it has not worked out for really anyone other than Virtus Pro, who have managed to hold a pretty strong position up here, despite not confirming any eliminations, by the way, but starts to pop off now, as we do get a fair few teams moving in towards that last bastion for Los Leones on that north side. 3D Max take a knock.
is not going to go down well. They are on the southern lip of Los Leones. Gladiators moving out. They managed to recoup 3 of their players. The vehicle's not looking super healthy, but they get away. Losing just Tixie. Frozen into the ditch. These ditches, I mean, they're good cover, but if anybody's in nade range, it is a full-on death sentence. Hang on a minute. Is he right next door to Wild? I think he's just over the ridge. And Wild goes for the spray. Frozen goes down and immediately gets flushed. Wild hits the deck and stays alive for more. Gladiator is losing one out to a snake position. That is going to be really, really dastardly. But the same can be said of Wild's trench. As soon as a nade finds itself that way, it's going to be hard going. AZ no helmet, going for these sprays over the top.
Dangerous, but necessary, right? To keep Twisted Minds at bay. They have an awkward removal from this position. Matic takes the tag. And that's from one of the high ground positions up ahead. Nigma Galaxy attempt to make their way out. They did put the hurt in over towards Virtus Pro before. Milky Way takes fire. Close, but no cigar.
This is the high ground of this next circle, Blank. The slope that goes down to the south, a little bit more gradual, but if you can hold control of that, the Nigma Galaxy are approaching from, it can be a little bit better. They go even, though, on the trade. Virtus Pro, Malloy down, but they have an answer over towards Nigma Galaxy. It's fairly even for the time being. There's the flush going both ways. Yusuf actually finding Ralph on Nigma Galaxy. Coops trying to get away from this one. It's another player to find that knock. Actually, it was a knock onto Ralph, not a flush, and there's the point taken back into control of Virtus Pro. Just Coops to go against Virtus Pro now. The Twisted Minds rock up for the third party. They move in on the back lines. Dammy is there, and there's a crossfire. Coops has nowhere to turn. Too much even for him. Wild eliminated in the meantime, and now Virtus Pro, they might just be getting shunted out by Twisted Minds, who are looking to take this incredible high ground.
3D Max even taking shots over towards Virtus Pro is awkward to say the least. They're holding on 2 fronts at the moment towards Virtus Pro, Footballist, as well as S2G. Really just 3 isolated positions on the map right now in Los Leones, the silos, and that southeast warfare has been raging for quite a while now.
Funnily enough, if I was putting money anywhere, I'd look at Twisted Minds right now. It's only Milky Way for them to deal with. I feel like they have the highest potential to take a bit of an L on those unfortunate engagements, but if they can clear out Milky Way, that high ground that they have, nobody else can get to it, really. I mean, the teams on the west and the north can't push up. It's going to be really hard, I think, for anybody else to dismount them on that angle.
The could work. Depends if they don't get shot out by the players over towards the western side who have that high ground to work around with. FLUX trying to keep 3D, keep power off their backs here. 3D Max in the meantime. Good shots over towards Footballist, but S2G slowly work their way up towards them now. Be very careful about it, but not before Kairos. They have to find one. This high ground that 3D Max is taken care of, really assisting them in the removal of these teams. And now they were just waiting for this moment when the circle started to squeeze them all in. S2G made a mad dash, able to get into it. Here's a nade being cooked. Potentially stepped through the window.
S2G able to pull that point away. It's kind of a race to see who can take the points out of Foot Chaos here. FLUX may be giving some trouble out on the west. Nade's going back and forth now. Storm, head down, crawling, shimmying, face in the dirt right now. I'll take that back. He's up. He's legging it. He's trying to get across as fast as possible. Somehow, seems to have maybe worked out there. Meanwhile, on the south side, Twisted Minds taking fights down those slopes from the high ground.
Waiting for that moment, really. I think if you Twisted Minds, it gets a little bit of a struggle. Zone 9. And again, no one else can really challenge them over in that spot for too long. Everyone else has to leave. It's become a little bit awkward. This is an interesting hill to die on for 3D Max. Sort of exposing yourself just a little bit. The high ground above.
Nade into the alley, stopping any of those off angles in the cheeky second concrete there. SnowX goes down. RayZ puts a nade out the side of the wall. Robs is trying to dash, but Victor's down as well. Here's Dammy. Twisted Minds. This is that high ground position. It makes things so hard from the north to try and move around, and teams are just starting to drop like flies. S2G lucky to keep everybody in for now, but they're going to have to move at some point.
Like I said, it's a weird hill to die on for 3D Max. Well, let's say the low ground compared to Twisted Minds high ground. I think you got to assume there is a team still moves in from there. So heading outside to deal with S2G a bit odd. I think at some point you just have to send it into 5th gear and just storm the building. Shotguns.
Oh. A knock over towards the high ground. That should be resable. Pretty quickly as well. Look at that outcrop of rock there. That provides you so much protection. In order to get to it, you need to go past FLUX and up the back end towards Twisted Minds on that slope. And with the blue zone closing, that route of access is going to go. But similarly, it's going to strand Twisted Minds now up on the top. They're going to need to have a massive impact onto S2G, onto Power, if they want to have a chance of descending successfully.
Yeah, I think at this point, Twisted Minds needs to start thinking about getting down. Like you say, though, there is a huge amount of open area. And Twisted Minds needs to have that opportunity. But this is actually not a bad play coming through from Power.
Oh.
Send underneath them.
I mean, you can't overexpose and look down, but S2G are right there. Luckily, they've managed to open the guns nice and early. And only Easy is the casualty. Hamzy, last to move for S2G, and the road crossing proving fatal. Another nade layered on top of that second one. I think Hamzy's going to be done for here. The nade's going to go up, and that's probably going to take S2G with them. Luckily able to sidestep it for now. Milky Way finally spotted. And the high ground still under control. Another knock sent back over towards Twisted Minds in a second. The back lines are coming through. That's Hamzy, who's opened up the high ground for potential for misplay here for Twisted Minds. 2 players from Power. You liked their send. Can they do more? FLUX are here to play as well. 2 players around the headland. And from top, they look for the reses. Dammy crawls over, trying to get intel. Jafar trapped. And Twisted Minds might not be able to do much more than just drop down and pray. But no, they're shut out. And it's FLUX versus Power. Power tried to send on in. It's working out. And Kante seals the deal. What a way to play for Power. They get under the shadow of the mountain. And from it, they fight powerfully with their backs against the wall. And come out with a chicken dinner.
It feels like the most dangerous place to play, but in reality becomes one of the safest. I think that play comes off the back of some very good monitoring of what's going on around the circle, because let's be frank, I don't think that Power had the greatest sightlines onto a lot of this. So as soon as they start to see the smoke train appear on the roadside and S2G try and cross, they know that S2G is cutting their own sightlines off at that point, and they want to cross through the smoke. So they just get in and immediately start pulling pins on grenades. So it's a very good plan. And I think I mentioned this last week as well, is that one thing I really like about Power is that the trust in one another is really good. I'm very much pleased with the way that they play these games. Hamzy G almost breaking 1,000. What are you going to do about it? But yeah, the trust of that end game to just make that play, all knowing exactly what each other needs to do. And FLUX just took a little bit long to do it, right? I think that they were wanting to make a very similar play, but it just wasn't as explosive as Power, who had managed to live for a long, long time on that western side. Albeit, they didn't really have much to do, honestly, for quite a while, considering a lot of the action was elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, there was quite a lot going on. Twisted Minds couldn't quite hold on to that high ground. Well, they could, but the blue zone is just a little bit too strong for them. Pushed them off, and in the end, going down in 3rd place with 12 points for Twisted Minds. FLUX racking up the 12 even Stevens on that one. But S2G putting up some really, really good numbers from that urban finish. 13 points in a similar position to where 3D Max were.
Yeah, I think that it's similar position, but there's a very hard definition that needs to be made there, because they went for the concretes underneath them, and 3D Max put a lot of stock in towards that high ground position, but technically S2G made a really smart decision to head in towards those concretes. Very hard to get them out from that spot. Difficult to hit the nades into that building despite it looking like it's only got so many entrances. There are a lot of cheeky little positions within there that you can get yourself into that makes it very unnadeable. I mean, 3D Max, they're 3 points total on that game, and S2G gets a whole lot more purely because I think this just comes down to map knowledge, honestly. I think it comes down to map knowledge. They knew that there's potentially a team on that high ground that's going to be the major factor in this match overall. So they need to ensure that they can maintain a position that is going to be outside of the purview of Twisted Mind, whilst also giving them the best opportunity to remove 3D Max from that spot that they're in. Let's take a look at the overalls and how these teams have stood up today. First place still BEŞİKTAŞ, and RCB still going strong in second place. Gladiators got a few points on that match, but it is starting to be S2G who is catching up. And look at that power, made their way into 6th.
Yeah, very nice stuff. It feels pretty close, all the way down to 8th there, even with 30 points on 3D Max. They have had a decent game, at least today, that they've been able to accrue a lot of points for. And for KAOS, actually, getting 30 points there as well. And then we start to see that drop off down towards 16th place with just 6 points on Brute Force. Not ideal. We said that we felt like Virtus Pro had improved a little bit towards the end of last week. But at the moment, they're not quite bringing that through. 13th place for them.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward right now, but it won't be awkward for very long because we're heading to a break and we can cool off there whilst you do the same. So we'll see you very soon.
Bence en başarılı olacak bölge bizim, yani Türkiye bölgesi. En başarısız olacak bölge ise MENA. Kaybedeceksiniz. Neden hala geliyorsunuz?
Bu kadar. Alan kapanırken nak yemeyin. Bu kadar. Nak yemeyin baba. Ben kimseye nak vermek istemiyorum sonuçta. Ölüyorsak beraber ölüyoruz, ölmüyorsak kimse nak yemiyor.
Bunları oyun içinde birbirimize hatırlatalım ki çünkü ben unuturum, Akif abi unutur, Hamsi'yi kaç unutur.
Unutulabilecek bir şey değil bu.
Tamam kardeşim, sen bizi hatırla. Ben belki unuturum.
Maçın içinde hatırlatırız. Onun harici kimseden hata istemiyorum. Bu turnuvada çok önemli bir turnuva. Yani hayatınızda oynayabileceğiniz belki en önemli turnuva. Aynen. Olarak düşün yani. Bu kapı bir kilitle, kapı bir ananı sikeyim. Kilitli bir kapı var karşınızda. Bunu açmak için anahtar lazım. Bu turnuvada da anahtar top 5 ama bizim için tek anahtar birincilik.
Aslan kardeşim.
Duruma göre bakacağız ama çoğu takımın nasıl oynadığını biliyoruz zaten. O yüzden hiçbir sorun yok. Bizim nasıl oynayacağımız da belli. Kendi oyunumuza bakacağız.
Yani bizim açımızdan belli de rakip nasıl oynayacağımızı bilmiyor şu an. Hızlı yavaş ya.
Hızlı oynarız bence.
Sürpriz.
Stabil oynamamak önemli işte. Yavaş hız konusunda. Puan olarak stabillikten bahsetmiyorum. Mesela adam düşünecek, diyecek FF işte şu normalde şu zaya gelir şu zaman. Bir bakacak yokuz. Bir bakacağız önündeyiz. Bir bakacağız arkasındayız. Şaşırtmak lazım yani.
Kaç sayı yakalamayı başarınca S2G oyuna veda etti. Solkay! Bu sonuçlarına da mermileri gönderdi. Pluto yere çekildi ama.
Size en başarılı bölgenin ve en başarısız bölgenin hangi taraf olduğunu söyleyeceğim. Bence en başarılı olacak bölge bizim, yani Türkiye bölgesi. En başarısız olacak bölge ise MENA.
Bence fight power'ımız diğer takımlardan daha yüksek. O yüzden bizim karşımızda eriyeceklerini düşünüyorum.
Hangi takımla 4v4 fight atmak istiyorum ve sebebi Twisted Minds. Çünkü sürekli vuruyoruz ve basitler.
Başka bir takıma söyleyecek şeyim direkt yani main fight attığımız takıma bir şeyler demek istiyorum. Kaybedeceksiniz. Neden hala geliyorsunuz?
just south of Los Leones, we found ourselves at the end of that last Miramar with some interesting dynamics up and down, and what a power play at the end to sail on in as soon as that smoke cover bloomed for S2G. Really nice stuff. Go back and watch it if you missed it, but we are going to be turning our attention to the future with our last Miramar of the day that we have in store for you.
Yes, indeed we will. I mean, it was a great play from Power on that last match, but final Miramars are usually a little bit spicy, a little bit saucy, maybe something interesting we see come through here. We just don't know just yet. But I'm excited to see what comes through here, John. I think that so far it has been a rather tame day, let's say. It's been rather tame, but a lot of different teams showing their faces towards that top side. Bit of a mix up in the groups as well might have, you know, given some teams a bit more of a chance to get what they wanted done. Not used to having to play against some of these teams in this grouping. Potentially opens up some of these rotational paths to be a little bit easier for them. But we're heading into our final game of the day here. Twisted Minds made a pretty decent play, weren't able to clean things out. I think at some point it's inevitable that they lose on that position unless the circle is further down towards that southeast side and the center is still on top of the mountain, and they all just go belly down and try and live out the game from there. But a curious ending, very, very curious ending, John.
Yeah, it was really quite exciting to see it unfold as it happened there. Twisted Minds will be a little bit unhappy that they weren't able to close it out, but they still got some really strong value from that game. A lot of points earned. S2G as well, they've been having a good day so far. I did just double check, and in Group D, S2G and 3D Max are in the same group, which means that every day they're playing, they will both be in the match, which is potentially a little bit of a problem. But it looks like 3D Max have taken your advice that you've been giving so frequently and readjusted most of their drops.
Yeah, I think at this point now it's more of a skill issue, really. And I think 3D Max needs to start getting themselves up to speed with what the lobby is showing us here, because I do think they're a good team, but I still think on an international stage, they're slightly behind some of the other squads here inside the lobby. That can change with just a little bit more sussing out of what's going on and how they'd like to play out some of these matches, because I think some of their rotations are pretty decent now. Once they get towards that end game, it has just been a lot of their matches. They've been going out around about 12th or 13th place, which doesn't give you a lot of opportunity to see what's going on, right? Sure, you can observe, sure, you can see what's going on, but at the end of the day, it's not the same as playing it, right? And I think for 3D Max, now that they're moving away from having these hot drops all the time, they'll have a little bit more experience, a little bit more game time, which I think is the main thing for this team right now, which should assist them, hopefully.
Yeah, you are. I mean, certainly you'd hope. In general, I would agree with the principle that getting later into the game is better. I think that's kind of what is also the factor there. Our final Miramar, they didn't drop next. They didn't drop on one another, but they dropped near to one another, 3D Max and S2G. So we'll see if they stick to their guns. The plane path was fine in general from this second to last Miramar. We'll see where we end up going in the final match of today before we head over to a good night's sleep, getting ready for tomorrow's matches as well. We'll have an MVP who selects a TDM game as well, which will be decided after this match. So there's a lot to play for.
There is a lot to play for, and you get to choose who you want to throw it down with tomorrow on that TDM. Playing path down towards the south side of the map this time around. A little bit less room to play up towards that northeast. Have to take a pretty long jump out. But I think a lot of our teams, barring Gladiators, who have started to mix things up in terms of their drop spots, will drop over towards La Cobradilla. But I think they've sorted out a difference here on Miramar now. We do have Moneymakers dropping out early over towards Puerto Paraíso. Nice and easy for them.
Highest damage, Tixie, so far, still. out in the lead. I think it was Matic on knock leaders or something like that. But there's so many other players quite close. We're not seeing a clear leader like we did in week 1 with Coops just completely outshining everybody else on that first day in the overall standings. I think these stats are pretty indicative of who's going to be looking at getting into the MVP position at the end of today as well. So we'll be looking forward to seeing who's been able to do it. I think it was Tixi, Hamzi, players on... I think BEŞİKTAŞ might still have a player up there as well. Lewis, I think, was quite close on the damage numbers. So still very much that MVP spot for grabs.
Yeah, I think Lewis wouldn't be a bad shout there. Tixi also, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. They got a massive amount of eliminations on that first game. Though Matic also could be a callback. He got a load of eliminations for the team all at once. But we shall see. Because a lot more goes into it, just those eliminations and the damage numbers. Also have wizards in the back end, putting out loads of little different bits of data to determine our MVP.
That is how maths works.
I can't tell you the magic.
You just ask a wizard and they tell you the answer.
Well, you know, back then, that probably did feel like magic.
That's where we get the word math magician from.
Math magician. That is correct. Yeah. Did you know that? Shall I? I need to fact check my own fact.
What are you trying to get at? What are you trying to say? What is it, Lassie?
Give me a second.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm always ready for trivia. You know me. It's always a fun time when trivia is involved. But
that's the one.
Oh.
Here we go. In terms of maths.
Yes.
Did you know that we studied and had the study of physics, the universal laws of this world?
Yeah.
That was something that was officialized, made official,
right?
Officialized, before statistics and probability.
Yeah, statistics and probability was
relatively new.
Yeah, it's like around just after the Renaissance, I believe. Like the 1700s, people like Poisson and who else was it? There's a bunch of other. There's like a lot of French mathematicians involved.
And
Fermat, yeah.
Blaise Pascal.
Blaise Pascal, yeah, sure.
Blaise Pascal.
Yeah, I mean, statistics is quite an interesting way of interpreting the world, and it's quite counterintuitive if you've never heard of it before. There's a few ways of thinking about events in the real world as well, but this is getting really kind of into the weeds on like actual mathematical arguments.
Yeah. I will say my favorite one was that someone starts to have what we would know today as an anxiety attack. You get the priest round, he'd bless the man. The anxiety attack would be over.
Yeah.
The man would get better.
Yeah.
Priest healed him.
Absolutely. That's exactly right. I don't see the flaw in that. You know?
I find that one the most interesting one because that happens so frequently that, the statistics said that the priest was the one that did the blessing, the exercising, and the healing. And you had a demon inside you. And it wasn't just that you were anxious.
It just had a bit of gas. It's just a bit windy after the beams.
I thought that was quite an interesting fact there. Anyway, little factoids at the end of the day for you guys at home. I think I heard that one on
a secret maths lesson during PUBG Mobile.
It was,
got you.
Yeah. That was old Neil deGrasse Titan. Tyson. He is a titan of physics, though.
If only Titan were playing in this tournament.
Yeah, true.
Not anymore. Do you know my favorite? My favorite story. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess right, like in Na'Vi, but not Titan anymore. My favorite story about Fermat, who was one of the math magicians that I was talking about earlier. He wrote a very famous conjecture, as it was until it was proven a lot later on. But but he wrote a conjecture. I won't explain the conjecture, but he basically wrote it in the margin of one of his notebooks and wrote, "I've got a very beautiful and simple proof for this, but I don't have time to write it right now, so I'll leave it up to the reader." And it then took about 400 years to prove it for everybody else who tried to prove it. Eventually, and it relied on like 18 brand spanking new, like complete wild things to get proven in the meantime. So people basically think he was full of it when he said he had proof for it. But also, it's not entirely unreasonable to think that he might not have done. Basically, he was just like,
I can prove it.
I can prove it. I just don't want to right now.
I just don't want to right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Show me you can do a backflip. I can do a backflip.
Look, I've done loads of
I just don't have the
backflips.
time right now.
I've done loads of backflips before. I just haven't shown anyone.
I just haven't shown anyone. And I don't think I will either. I could do them.
It's like... Oh dear. It was like the Gladiators of last week. It's like, we can get eliminations. We just haven't got any yet.
We just haven't got any yet. Okay. But they're coming.
And then 1,800 years later, in next week, here they are.
Here they are. Yeah.
With the proof.
Pretty Max proved to BEŞİKTAŞ that 400 meters is all you need for some accurate shots, apparently. Towards Lewis right now. The rest of the team's going to gun it on up there. Looks like he is on his own. Poe's not too far by, and Lewis realizes he's in big trouble.
Ooh, Lewis.
Oh, from Damar, actually.
Across the way. Quite far off there.
Pretty Max curious about what just happened.
Well, they pick up the point, so I don't think they'll be questioning it too much. They might gather some information for it. Knocks are starting to pop off here as we've had that south tilt on the circle. Rob's just giving a little boost with the US to Snowix in front of him.
Some shots coming through from Tospic. Oh, Ballo gets himself into a ditch with the rest of the team. Almost here towards stage 2, I believe, that we're heading into right now. We were talking a lot about things. Interesting things.
We like to keep it eclectic here at the PMSL EMEA.
Sometimes odd.
Sometimes.
But most of the time, interesting.
Oh, Tospic. Not quite able to hold. I mean, it's unlikely that you hold off a full push from 2 when 2 people are also looking at you from high ground behind you. Would be very unlikely to be getting out there with too much. Chumacera Circle, Shrink comes on in as well. We're going out to the west side of Los Leones this time.
Yeah, huge crunch of teams as well, all heading towards this position right now. Very interesting. Will drop the band-aid on himself. But yeah, a lot of teams already headed out this way. IWNRX behind. Zedwolf might take some shots towards Yusuf. A lot of damage done.
Not quite able to get that a knock or slow them down too much there. IWNRX have had a little bit of a lackluster day 1 so far. They've had 1 good game, but they're only on 22 points at the start of this match. So they'll want to be starting to post numbers here in our final Miramar of the day to try and retain their spot at the top and fend off Team Spirit, who will be entering the fray tomorrow on their matches. They are sat in Group B, who is not playing today, and will be debuting once more Team Spirit, Heroic, Digital Athletics, and Onyx Ravens, who will be coming into the mix tomorrow. I'm excited to see how Team Spirit get back in and amongst it.
Yeah, that is the hope. They can get some more points on board. For IWNRX, it felt like a little bit of an off day on day 5, week 1, but coming into week 2, it seems like it's sort of continued, right? Which you really didn't want to see here. Yeah, big old crunch on the circle straight away. Most teams already here, considering the plane path was far down towards the south side anyway. This does post a lot of teams up in a position to head into the circle itself. 3D Max very close the guys from RCB, just sharing this compound. And it has been a bit of a reoccurring trend that 3D Max will find a location and then not do too much with it. I can't fault them for it too much this stage, because I think that they've done a good job, considering I think their game plan today in game one at least was to do very much the same as what we saw last week, which is a lot of hot dropping towards S2G, a lot of hunting down the early game, and they've switched things up pretty quickly from game 2 or 3, I would say, is when they really started to jump into it, probably more towards game 3, this more central play style. So it's gotten them more points and they found more success with it. But I think that they're just getting used to this new play style now, which is never easy in the midst of a tournament. Better late than never, though, realistically. And honestly, this is fairly early. There's still 2 weeks to go and the finals on top of that.
Looking at this next circle coming on in. Teams on this southeast side really with the worst end of it. Gladiators and S2G most likely to come to a head sooner rather than later. Frozen has taken a knock, as has S2G. So Gladiators and S2G both with a casualty on side as they try and move south past Brute Force. The angles that Brute Force have onto this are going to make this fight very, very treacherous. Frozen completely broke out wide there. No chance of really getting back to it until they conclude this fight. The nade goes forwards, nearly finds Tixie. And S2G don't take anything there. They get the res. They'll want the heal. And they're inside the circle. Gladiators have to move first.
Awkward position here. Like you say, whoever has to move first is going to be in dire straits, considering Brute Force with the high ground. You can see them just circling this one like vultures right now, hoping to pick up some points. RCB do take a knock here as they leave. 3D Max actually able to weaken their opponents, which is going to make their rollout a little bit easier. If they just follow where RCB is going, potentially they can crash on top of them. But they do have power coming in from behind, so another fight on the hands for them. See the nades going out right now as the rest of the team regroups on top of Snowix, who's doing a great job holding this team out in the high ground. Sorry, at the top of the stairs here.
Robs down behind the buggy as a trade from Al-Haji comes through. Fidan and Al-Haji need to play off one another now to hold off 3D Max. Robs is down first to that nade from earlier, but they've only managed to find one. An explosion around the corner sees Robs low. Deep peeks out for the flush and stays back in and safe. Fidan is down and it's just Al-Haji now. 3 players from 3D Max looking to try and keep them in the match. Al-Haji behind the bus, his feet spotted, but he's tucking back in behind the building. Makes it work, but not for long, as out steps Victor and claims his final victim. 3D Max stay alive, but with 3 players, they're right on the edge.
I will say, good fight though from 3D Max, with a lot more confident there. NIGMA Galaxy once again embroiled in combat with IWNRX and locked here, clinched in their fight between one another. Not likely to escape here, no referee to pull them apart. NIGMA Galaxy, Ralph takes a heavy hit. You got to say one thing for Zed Wolf, he really does hit these shots.
Ralph though hits them as well. A strafe spray, he thinks he was committed to the heel, tries to give it the swivel, but there's a secret player behind him. Swain wastes no time hopping into the buggy. The blue zone's here, and it's not here to play fair. It will take you down no matter what. Needs to get some healing done and move on further. Falcon on the northeast side in the meantime have Gladiators to try and hold out. Gladiators are down to 3. For knocks sent their way, I'll be taking them down even lower. Ragnar seems to have an angle, but just clips a pillar. Tixie taken low as well. Falcon's not super healthy right now. Tixie wants to heal.
All could push out, honestly, for the Gladiators coming out from the blue. Tixie's able to crawl up. How much more can he get done here? S2G losing a player on the back line. Falcons continue to toss these nades out. This second one looks pretty good. A little bit far off to the right.
Not quite connecting fully. Splits the middle. You imagine some bandages at least are getting thrown over to Tixie. Yeah, he is going to be using them. Oh, he's laying down. That could be a little bit too much. Takes quite a lot off, but still will be effective in the fight. Has a nade to put in. They're not quite on the target, though. They might not have seen that nade coming out. And a lovely shot to the back line leaves just Tixie remaining. I think he's got a couple more nades in the pocket, but the Gladiators' run today might be drawing to a close. 1 elimination only, as they try and race for that top spot to end the day. Looks like they're going to be denied that opportunity. RCB very much in favor to take it away from them.
Yeah, hit a lot of their fat numbers towards the start of the day there. Nice shot from Tixie, though. We'll cut out at least one of them. AZ goes down to the blue. 3D Max in range of this fight and actually start to take some shots over towards the Falcons. And if they can clear out that position, get some more points on the board, even if they get 10 points just off eliminations alone, if they're already up to 6, that's a decent game. That's an absolutely a decent game there. And we'll see them fairly happy for the end of the day. Getting up towards 40 points will at least put you in towards that top 5. I think I remember earlier saying that getting towards even a top 8 would be an achievement there for 3D Max, and they're already in that position right now with the 36 accrued, with the 6 eliminations on top from this game.
I have a bit of faith in 3D Max. I think, you know, this roster's been together for so long. They have been through tough times before. They know how to handle it. Falcons, though, I mean, driving out in the open, if you just stop in the middle of the open, it's not going to be a good time. I think the driver might have been pulled out there and he had to go for a seat swap, potentially. Or maybe not, actually. It was just a bit odd to see the vehicle just completely stop out in the open. Don't want to be doing that. Certainly not when 3D Max have got you in their sight line.
Yeah, I definitely think that was a seat swap situation, which is not ideal, right? You'd expect the passenger to get popped out first, but because they were getting shot from both sides, very awkward. Dixie gets himself to a shack. Satan, last remaining. 3D Max only finding the one elim from that. The other stolen away from S2G. They're mortal enemies within this tournament. And we'll be hitting stage 5 soon. I think we've seen this type of circle before, a little bit further down towards the southwest, which definitely put that high ground position that currently Na'Vi, as well as Twisted Minds, is playing in much better stead. We'll find that pick-off, though, taking them to 8. So already a good match, I would say, 3D Max, no matter what happens from here. And considering where they are, you know, this push up towards the ridge is really difficult. The high ground from FLUX is great to overlook this position.
Yeah.
So it's a tough call to make now for 3D Max going forward. Circle centers up, puts Na'Vi again in good stead, but the Moneymakers take this as an opportunity to move up, hoping that Na'Vi is still in a process of trying to create their battle plans.
The high ground that the Moneymakers are just around the curb on, if they can get a little lip, they might be able to peek over towards Virtus Pro, over to their east, if they're lucky. But yeah, with Na'Vi having such incredible control over this, I mean, you can just see what AXA can control from the top of that silo. It's going to be so hard to actually get to an angle to take those peaks over there. I'm expecting FLUX to be able to hold off for 1, maybe 2 pushes, but then I think the third-party style of this lobby is going to kick in. I think teams like IWNRX are going to start to have a say as a third party on that fight. Virtus Pro, probably unlikely to leave from their location right now and should be safe for the time being.
I don't know how Axe's got up there. Can't tell if he dropped on
I think
that
it might be
position.
parkour. There's some there's some tubes that head on out there, right? So you don't have to get up there specifically.
Yeah, it's probably the plate. That is a hefty nade.
Wow.
Real chunky boy.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds. We're going to move in. Moneymakers want to third party as well. Gonzo low. Taken down, just peeked out around the side. Virtus Pro taking the scrap with IWNRX in the meantime, who are going really, really low and might have just gone out completely. Indeed, they do. Moneymakers now moving in, marching forwards as Dammy, 4 Twisted Minds, holding face on the angle. I mean, you're right. How? It's kind of crazy that he's up there. Maybe maybe throw a vehicle as high as you can somehow on a ramp. Or no, go up that pipe. That's what he's gone for.
There we go. Didn't see that one before.
Yeah, it was hidden behind the silo. But that high ground could be really, really important. However, it could also be his downfall. You get knocked, you get spotted, there's no way you get back up. So it's just an immediate L. 3D Max getting pulled to pieces. FLUX having a challenge sent their way, but they are going to stay alive as 4. Narvalo now the last to stand for 3D Max, who have had a nice profitable game so far. On the eliminations, 9 points earned. No placements, though. 10 eliminations from this match. And that's what you said you wanted to see from them. Able to get to the double digits. They'll be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what happens from that, I think 3D Max is succeeded in this match. You don't get any placement points for this one, but the 10 elims is still decent. You're essentially getting a second place, You're essentially getting a first place, but just no eliminations, which is absolutely fine. I think that'll do here. Slowly getting more comfortable with his play style, it would seem. And again, they were shunted out all the way towards that eastern edge with not an easy crossing to make. And I think they did the best what they could do with it.
Nice
nade again.
And another one to, I think that might have been dropped by BEŞİKTAŞ, who knocks himself. Oh, goodness me, couldn't quite get through the window in time. And there's AXA from the high ground. Twisted Minds take down Moneymakers. Yusuf handy with a nade. BEŞİKTAŞ not so much. And that is going to spell disaster for the Moneymakers. Dammy going down to Yusuf's Molotov, though. It's a little bit of a comedy of errors. However, AXA is still there. Na'Vi still have their angel on the top of the tree.
Yeah, we're just seeing more and more often right now is that Moneymakers just aren't able to capitalize on these fights that are going on around the map. AXA's getting so much value off this position.
Oh, he's spotted.
Never mind. Ooh. Has to crawl to safety.
He's alive.
Just about makes it. Goodness me. Circle will move further central, really just shifting away from teams time and time again. FLUX will move over towards their position that they hold towards the center. RCB on this north side sort of sharing it alongside S2G, who will be forced to move in soon. They just took a knock as well.
It is going to be quite interesting to see how this unfolds. AXA still just lighting it up. Twisted Minds, they try and roll out, but it's just not going their way. Six tries to stop them from getting up close and personal to their building, and they do manage to get the roof cover away from AXA, leaving Six isolated. He needs to be stepping around and playing into AXA's sightlines, but that's easier said than done. Dammy wants the heal. The flush is not there. Yusuf knows. And AXA left high and dry. The spray onto Never Alone goes through. He gets the flush, but he goes down for it. Finally, Na'Vi dethroned.
Yeah, I mean,
only 3 elims.
A whole lot of fighting for measly 3 eliminations.
Wow.
How many points do they get on this whole game? 3 points. That is fairly depressing. CEO later goes down. Like I said, this is always going to be a tough run coming through from S2G. Nice shots from Brute Force as well. Over towards this western high ground. Almost into stage 7. About halfway through stage 6. And I think stage 7 is probably the most deadly in this one. As most teams on the outer edge are still just holding on to scraps of compounds. More than likely going to force people over towards FLUX's position. Unless we get a really hard shift. In which case Virtus Pro might just be able to take control with one of these high grounds. Because they're currently controlling both at the moment, John. It's a bit of a sneaky maneuver from these guys.
I mean, I like the split because of how chaotic those sides have been. There's not really too much to play around. FLUX down as 3. Virtus Pro the only 4-player team left. And playing on these high grounds, you can regroup to one or the other on a hard shift, like you say. So we'll see if they get value from it. Twisted Minds torn in half by the high ground position from AXA. That did eventually spell his doom, but he did get... Well, actually, he didn't really get that much value from it. Might be better to play down on the ground with the rest of his team, but we'll never know. Virtus Pro do, in fact, regroup. They've sent all their players now out to this west side. Actually, I'd take that back. Malway's still over on the east. Holding it out for now. Dammy up high on the pork pie. Yusuf looking for some stims just to keep himself ticking up. Furia at the back. I think Yusuf knows there's a player there. Did he just miss the cross? I think he might have done.
Just about. Building. Minds. Pretty slow play from them. But yeah, this is a good time to regroup for Virtus Pro either way. Getting this high ground. Well, back off. Because if you can play, they can play in it longer than FLUX can hold in a defensible position come stage 8.
Ooh.
Hawker finds Yusuf.
Nate.
Dammy drops the Molotov on the stairs. They should have a clear idea of where he is now.
Uh-oh. I thought that was dangerous. Milky Way, though. I mean, that fire's just going to burn out by the time you get up there. I'm not too sure what Dammy's game plan was there. I mean, sure, eventually they're going to figure out you're up there. You might as well give them a little bit longer to do that and then try and take one down with you. Either way, Twisted Minds go down. If I was Malloy right now, I might be sending into the cliff underneath Virtus Pro with a couple of smokes, or wait for the smoke trains and do just that, just like we saw in the previous match coming through for Power.
Yeah, I think for Malloy, having this off angle is not a bad idea. Even just 2 positions, having like the high ground spot over towards the eastern side, 2 guys up towards the hilltop. But yeah, this is all going to start popping off now. You need a lot of angles on this one. You need to get value quickly as teams attempt to make their way in. Docker Machine underneath. Flawless.
Corker should not have been missing all those shots. He emptied 2 full mags on someone sprinting out in the open and wasted a little bit of time. And for his trouble, he's gone down now for Virtus Pro, which might prove to be troublesome. FLUX looking to load up and go for a crash. Malloy's off angle now. Will it be the correct gamble to stay out wide, not regroup, try and get a crossfire? If FLUX can catch him, they're going to have a much better time of crossing the open. If Milky Way goes down as well, Corker re-knocked there to a nade from Doka Machine, who's playing underneath. Pops another one up, looks for a cook, aims it a little bit too far left to be able to tag on. You can see it's not going to quite find that damage. Pops a little bit too high, but this one might be good. If it goes far enough, just short on the wall, Corker can get the heal.
Yeah, right now, a lot of this is up to Malloy, but the amount of knocks has gone through over towards Virtus Pro is really problematic. Ketch being able to get up towards this without any type of backlash coming from Virtus Pro is very unfortunate. Not sure what this play is from Milky Way. Has to get off the top of the high ground, I guess, eventually. And there's Malloy. Great pick off from the sideline and super necessary. And now it sends FLUX into an absolute panic.
Well, there's not much more they can do. Successful on the off angle. Malloy holds his nerve, doesn't regroup, and plays it magnificently. 2 players now remaining. RCB, Virtus Pro, and FLUX. Kiss, 3 eliminations on the game. Wants to get rid of Lux first, but he might not be so lucky. Furia does take him down in that initial engagement. Tommy gun in hand, moves up to the ridgeline, but it is going to be Virtus Pro controlling from the east point of Chumasera for our final Miramar today, racking up 14 eliminations, a massive 24-point game. I said maybe not bringing the power that we saw from them at the end of last week into this week's games, but they've just proved me wrong with that last match.
Yeah, actually a 25-pointer as well. Really, really big match from these guys. But yeah, I'm sure Virtus probably very happy with that one. And I think that they were they played it very smartly. They played a good split on that side. They were patient. But it's been a long time coming since we've seen a game like that from Virtus Pro. And I think we should be seeing a lot more like that, a lot more frequently. So slightly annoying that we don't see it come through because we know there's great players on that team. But again, this is a great game to show everyone at home and themselves that they can do it and fairly easily. Again, there are some of those like weird little mistakes being coming through from them. For instance, Corker unleashing that barrage. I know this guy's accurate, so again, it might just be nerves, the fact that this is the first time in a while that they've had such a late game finish.
Virtus Pro, 25 points there. FLUX with 11 and 3D Max with 10 eliminations. That is, I mean, that is really, really quite something to see that. They had a real tough time, I think, during these Miramars playing an urban environment in that first match. S2G quite handily dealt with them in that time around, but they do get their revenge here and outlast them in a 10-point position there. IWNRX cap off their day poorly, which is not going to be great news for them moving into tomorrow, where I believe they will be sitting out as part of Group A and Team Spirit will be in as part of Group B. So not a great way to finish. Same story for the Moneymakers and the Gladiators, also not having the greatest finish, but they still have a successful day.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, it's a bit of a bad start, right? And with Team Spirit coming in tomorrow, it's not a great benchmark to have with Team Spirit being so consistent in the long run. Again, a lot can change because it's been 2 days and it seems like everyone has done a lot of homework. Almost 3k damage done here from Virtus Pro.
Wow.
Massive game from them. There's a lot of damage been put out throughout the entire game. And it was quite a few positions around the map that they were handling early on too. And I think that's what they were trying to go for last game. But there's so much hounding on these third parties all the time, John. It's so difficult for Virtus Pro at the moment. I think they keep taking these high grounds and then one person fights and another person fights. And then by the end of it, Virtus Pro gets sort of swept off the board.
Yeah, it fortunately for them wasn't that way this time around. Na'Vi, I think it felt kind of like that towards their high ground, right? Especially with Axa sat up top there on his little perch, who didn't get too much value for it. I think it might have been better to sit further down. BEŞİKTAŞ with the back-to-back in the middle of the day, as well as our other daily winners here. RCB claiming one for their own, not as bombastic as the first day last week, but they still do get quite a lot of value. I think my favorite win is Powers on that first Miramar with the move that you broke down for us earlier, where they sailed underneath that cliff and were able to play really, really strong. Let's take a look at where these wins have sat these teams on our overall standings. Up in first place, RCB, 52 points there, 51 right behind them, nipping at their heels. BEŞİKTAŞ Esports Black will be in that second place, and FLUX managed to ladder up into third.
Yeah, you got the triple Turkish showdown at the top side of the lobby, which is nice to see because I think we were sorely missing that type of firepower coming out in week one. I think a lot of people were expecting them to do well. It turns out we had a lot more MEA action as well as some EU action towards that top side. But this time around, at least we're getting them back in towards the top of our tables. S2G in 6th place, but 3D Max, 40 points. Yeah, not where I thought they'd end the day in 7th place, honestly. But I am pleasantly surprised that they're in 7th place here, alongside with Virtus Pro, with that massive game shooting them up towards 4th place.
3D Max mentioned front page. Let's go. Big W for the French roster after their first week. IWNRX, bottom page. Ooh, that's not good. Moneymakers, bottom page. Equally not as good. NIGMA Galaxy, we wanted more from them, but they've been timid, tremorous in their approach to today.
I think the biggest disappointment's got to be Brute Force, honestly. 11 points, 16th place. After the showing they showed us last week, I really think they had improved massively, but not quite able to make it happen. I think they had a substitute today as well, so not sure what's going in the team. That obviously didn't work. Let's take a look at the MVP. Who is the most valuable player on the most
Tixie was ahead. Team? But it's not Tixie. It's SnowX. Okay, from 3D Max SnowX. I mean, from their last... Okay. We just had some... I'll tell you in a second. Don't worry. You'll find out what we're laughing about. It's, I guess, with that last match, right? 10 eliminations added on. I think a bunch of them obviously went to SnowX. The guy's insane. And they've selected their opponents. And I think if I was in their boots, this is the opponent I would have selected as well. Twisted Minds will be going up against 3D Max for our TDM tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's all I've got to say about that.
Yeah, I mean that's a selection. Let's be honest. But yeah, it's really cool seeing SnowX here. I think he was on Polar back in the day. Got picked up by SPG, moved over towards 3D Max, and he's been on the up and up. And he's not been within this pro circuit for a huge amount of time at this level, at least. So I'm really happy to see SnowX performing like this.
Yeah.
It really does feel like 3D Max, or at least that team in general, is able to create stars who then slowly fall back into mystery. But unleash the beast of Monster Energy, never a mystery here. There's only the beast, and it's right in your face. It's Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Oh, the last part killed me.
It caught in your throat there. Wasn't quite going to go. But if you wanted to keep it nice and smooth and powerful as well, make sure you grab an INFINIX GT20 Pro, the official smartphone of the PMSL EMEA, and we will be very grateful for you. It looks good. I don't know how it smells, so I was going to say it smells good, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to get our best people on that, and we'll let you know just how it smells over on the social media. You can check those out at the channels down below for all of your EMEA goodies, of course. So make sure you follow those: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok.
Yeah, I'll make sure you at all the PUBG Mobile Europe official accounts that we should get the trophy to light up, right? Right?
Absolutely.
We need the light up trophy.
We'll start the campaign. We'll get that going. We have been and will continue to be John and Blank. We will be seeing you tomorrow for more PMSL. It's been a very interesting today to see how the dynamics have shifted. I will be seeing more from Group B and Team Spirit as well, joining the mix tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. We'll see you there.
Yeah.